All right. I think that should probably do it. Can you see and hear me right now, everybody? Let me know. All right, beautiful. Thank you, Claire. Hello, everyone. Happy Monday. It is August 3rd, 2026, and this is Paleontologizing. I'm broadcasting to you live from the desert of eastern Utah in the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation. Out here with the Utah Geological Survey, and we're digging up not one, but two brand new species of dinosaur, it seems, in the quarry today. Just before I got started, we had some ankylosaur elements starting to show up. At least that's what we think they are. That's Ethan and Jim's hunch. I'll show you those in a little bit. But, welcome. To get this thing started off properly, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So that means trying to not just tell you what paleontology is all about, but show you firsthand. Whether I'm back home in the office, going over new scientific papers, interviewing other paleontologists, 3D printing fossil specimens, kind of going over all kinds of science news and, you know, doing tons and tons of Q&A. Or whether I'm out here in the field, like I am for usually 2 or 3 months every year. The whole point of these streams is to give you an inside peek into fossil science, what it's all about, why it's important, how we do it, and how you can get involved with this kind of thing too. So if it's your first time, welcome. Do not hesitate to ask any questions in the chat. Don't hesitate to share your enthusiasm or, I don't know, just interact. That's the whole beauty of these streams is the interactivity there. Hello, chat. You're looking at yourself there. Looking pretty good today. Yeah. And is that my Auntie Joyce in the chat? Maui Joyce, hello to you. Welcome, welcome, Auntie Joyce. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. I'm doing my best to stay cool out here in the desert, despite the fact that it is 107 degrees in the shade right now, or at least the partial shade here under the shade tarp. 107.4. That's about 42 degrees, maybe 43 Celsius for our metric system using friends. It's hot today, but it's also smoky. So I was gonna say, we've got the worst of both worlds. There's some serious fires going on in southern Utah right now. And yeah, we're not in any danger of fire here, but yeah, the air quality has certainly suffered. You can't even really see the Book Cliffs over there on the horizon. It's just hazy, hazy, hazy. Normally those are clear as day in the desert air, but not today. Oof. Anyhow, I'm glad everybody's here, and I hope everybody's week is off to a good start. Yeah. Anyhow. Let's see. And Illy Spid says, before I went to sleep last night, I vaguely heard it was a Triassic reptile. Is it a Hydrotherasaur? No. What was it called? What's that two-headed Triassic critter? This was just one individual that, you know, was mutated, had 2 heads. Maybe it was like 2 embryos. What was it called? Let's look this up real quick. Two-headed Triassic reptile. Was it a Rhynchocephalian? No. Hyphalosaurus. There we go. Yeah. Is it a Tanystrophiid? No, a Charistodire, so it's related to Champsosaurs. Here's a paper coming up here. A two-headed reptile from the Cretaceous of China. I thought it was Triassic. Oh, it was a malformed embryonic or neonate Charistodiran reptile. So neonate is like an infant. Embryonic obviously means it's an embryo. From Yishan in China. Let's see. Two-headed Hyphalosaurus. Again, not a dinosaur. Here is a link for you all at home. Copy link. Why did I think it was Triassic? Yeah, Hyphalosaurus. So it's related to Champsosaurs. It's like an aquatic kind of almost lizardy thing from the freshwater environment. But yeah. And Tommy Trex, welcome back. Good to see you too. Hello. Hello to everybody who could make it today. This is our third to last stream from here in Utah, at least this season. I might be going back out to Utah at the end of September for a short jaunt, maybe like a week. But today's Monday, and I'm going to be streaming Tuesday and Wednesday, probably not on Thursday. We're going to be packing up the quarry and, getting our gear together and everything, and then we leave Friday morning. So, third to last stream today. I'm glad you could be here for it. Yeah. And I might need to update the schedule there, Claire. We'll see.
Yeah, kind of dark gray.
Anyway, I haven't had a chance to bring my laptop out here. I don't know if I can do it from my phone. Good afternoon to you too, freelancer. Howdy. And Emily, how are you doing? Good to see ya. I hope all is well. Is Don back? No, Don will be back this afternoon. Probably around 3 o'clock, I'm guessing. So maybe in about an hour. Maybe he'll be here 4 or 5. I'm not sure. But he'll be back at some point. Looking forward to seeing him. He'll be bringing supplies. So yeah, be looking for now. I will see you in a bit then, Nobarum. And archaeology categories. Yeah, so paleontology isn't a part of archaeology. That's archaeology is often thought of as like one of the humanities. It deals with human stuff at least. Paleontology it's kind of like a cross between biology and geology. Uh-oh. These tarps have really stood up to a lot this season. It's been good so far. But yeah, if something's dealing with fossils, then that's paleontology. So mammoths, ancient human ancestors. That's kind of like paleoanthropology. It's weird. It's the boundaries around that. Where if you're dealing with the fossils of, say, I don't know, Australopithecus or something, one of our ancestors from about 3 million years ago. 3 million? Something like that. Again, I'm not a paleoanthropologist. There's some spots where paleontology and paleoanthropology kind of meld. But a lot of this comes down to like how things are organized on university campuses. So paleoanthropology on a lot of campuses isn't really associated with paleontology. It'll be associated with anthropology instead, the study of humans. Yeah, just like on a lot of university campuses, especially here in the US, paleontology is alternately in the geology department, or earth sciences department, or in the biology department. Paleontology, again, is like a mixture of biology and geology. And depending on what school you're at, it'll be either within geology or biology. At Berkeley, for instance, where I got my start in paleontology when I was in high school, it's under the banner of integrative biology. So there's kind of most of the paleontologists there. But at other schools, like Montana State, where I did undergrad, there's geology. So it's interesting how that works sometimes. Yeah. Anyhow, we'll go out, maybe talk to Jim about that for a second, but let's take a quick spin around the quarry. Let me show you what I've been working on today. Did I show you that? I think we got this jacketed before stream yesterday. Got a little bone right here. And then this is all scrunched up because it's kind of in this upper layer and had been badly eroded. There could be a vertebra in there. I think there's two things stacked on top of each other. There looked like maybe a transverse process coming off the side, so it could be a vertebra. But anyway, I got that capped so it doesn't get stepped on. And maybe we'll work on this today and I can get that flipped. But I'm not sure how deep it's plunging underneath. We might have to trench pretty far around it, pretty deep there. We'll see. And over here we've got Nathan and Grace, and they've been doing an excellent job.
I may have found another bone.
Another bone? Ooh. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Another bone right there, looks like.
Yeah, but it might have gotten a bit damaged. Yep, that's another bone fragments.
So what I would suggest with those is pick up all the fragments you can, and then wrap them up in a little piece of TP, and then you can put that into a jacket associated with it.
Put some of that back. Please do that first.
I think it's
It's
probably too far gone for that, Jim.
It's a new find. Nice. Is that what you're? That looks like it should fit together just fine.
Okay.
Those are big pieces.
Okay.
As in this other piece I found here.
Again, that's why we have the scoops here.
That is a pebble. That.
Yeah.
Any bone fragments that we get.
Those will fit. That's like Legos. Those will go back together just fine.
Nice. Okay.
If you want to put it together now, that'd be great.
All right. So glue.
No, I spoke too soon.
And then let's not. We don't want to work into that cliff from the bottom because then the stuff's gonna fall out and crumble. So you want to work from the top down.
Gotcha.
Like you have been before.
Yeah, I was just making sure that was the bone and such at first before continuing the piling stuff.
How doing over here, Grace?
Oh, good. The vertebra right here is safely in a jacket.
Well done.
Yeah, and then
That big thing there.
have a little something here.
Glad
And then,
that's still holding together.
yeah, well, I mean, I had to put more glue on it, but with a whole lot of hope streams and glue, it's still together.
Nice.
Just working on kind of creating a pedestal around here so I can get some plaster over this thing because we believe that this may be part of whatever was right here.
Yeah. Cool, cool. I do wonder what that's going to turn into. It's an interesting
I'm
shape.
curious too. Yeah.
It's rounded, but it is kind of flat-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, I'm not sure about this one, and then I'm not sure if this right here is connected to this or not, or if it even is a fossil.
That looks more like a pebble, but still be careful.
I kind of hope it's a pebble because if these two are connected, then I feel like that would be even more complicated to try to get the
For sure, yeah.
whole thing out, but they don't look connected. So I'm not expecting that to be the case.
Cool. Yeah, well done. Can we take a look at your hat today, too? That is neat.
Oh, yes.
A new hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent.
Pretty sweet, huh?
Some of this
Perfect,
feels like
right?
what we're doing here, you know?
Yep.
Wrangling dinosaurs.
Exactly what I'm doing. maybe some slightly younger ones, though.
Yep.
So the vertebra I found earlier.
Yep. Nice. Very cool. Okay. Excellent. Yeah, so after 3 weeks out here, some of us are, I don't know, we're kind of starting to feel it. I'm honestly, I'm almost ashamed to say it, but I'm looking forward to going home. Haven't had a shower in 3 weeks, haven't really used a flush toilet in 3 weeks. But I will miss this, you know? I think it'll be nice when Dawn gets here with more ice and food and stuff. And Bruno Melanson says, what a job distinguishing between fossilized rock and rock. That's the name of the game. Especially in these strata, it can be really difficult to tell the difference. Just below us here in the Morrison Formation, the late Jurassic, the bone tends to be very different colored than the surrounding rock. The matrix is what we call the surrounding rock. It's much less of a challenge in the Morrison. But up here in the Cedar Mountain, the bone tends to be rock colored, and often the texture can be very similar. You got to be real careful digging through this matrix so you don't end up digging through a bone. And it tends to be much more crumbly than it is in the Morrison Formation. Yeah. Fossil digging on hard mode. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. It's tricky. Yeah. So this is a difficult site to learn on, but if you can do well here, everything else might feel easy. You know, digging in the Hell Creek Formation or the Morrison. If you can do well in the Cedar Mountain, then that says something about you and your skill level. Yeah. So cool that you do that there. Thank you, Kirby Potato. Welcome. Yeah. And we take a lot of things for granted. Exactly, Anakin Gabriel, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny the things that you miss while you're out here. Although there's a lot of things that we do have. We have a propane-powered fridge and freezer, little one, inside the camp trailer back in camp. But it's been so hot out that thing is really struggling. So it's not been making too much ice. I try and make ice every day for myself so I don't have to eat away too much of the communal ice. But man, that thing has been... I'm lucky to get a couple decent, ice cubes out of that every day. But it's nice to have that, Also, we have internet in the quarry, at least. That's what I'm broadcasting to you via the satellite dish over there. And we're able to charge our phones and other devices and stuff with solar batteries out here. That is not something I had when I first started doing field work back in 2011. It's really nice to be able to have solar power. It makes a big difference. We can actually have our phones on during the day. You don't have to have it on airplane mode or turned off. We can just recharge these things, and that's nice to have. So anywho. And Freelancer says, if you dig one day in Antarctica, what would you use? So I've never done fieldwork in Antarctica, not yet, at least. But talking with people like Matt Lamana, friend of the channel, he says digging there is extraordinarily difficult. Even just moving overburden it can be kind of a Herculean task. You'll be swinging a pick for hours before you get down even a few inches in that rock because the stuff is just incredibly hard. Most of the fossils that are collected from there it's done in an unconventional way. You can't use plaster and burlap because, the water just... So instead, you basically have to saw things out with a rock saw through solid matrix. It's not easy, from what I've heard. You see pictures of paleontologists in Antarctica carrying rock hammers, and it's what good is that going to do? I almost wonder whether they're just, if there's a National Geographic photographer there, if he's oh, you got to carry this rock hammer so people know that you're, a paleontologist. But I don't know how effective those things even are. But yeah. Anyway, hopefully someday soon, inshallah, I'll get to go down to Antarctica and do some field work there and maybe even stream. That would be pretty cool. Some live paleontological streams from the great southern continent. That's a bucket list item. Anyhow. Yeah. Well, let's see. Scrolling. Ants? What do you mean, Wombat? Well, what? Did I miss something? Let me get some water. I'll walk you around the quarry a little bit more. We'll take a look at some of these potential ankylosaur bits that are pretty exciting. First, a little bit of background. Although I think a lot of you have this already. I don't think we have very many new people in the chat right now. Maybe I'll wait till after a raid. We've got an influx of new folks before we break out the visual aids. Agent Godiva says, what insights do you have about this new species? So for this critter that we're digging up, the iguanodont, I'm not the person writing that paper. The person leading the charge on that is Dr. Karen Poole of the... I always forget the name of this school. It's complicated. It's the New York Institute of Technology, Jonesboro, Arkansas campus or something like that. She's in Jonesboro, and she teaches anatomy there. But she's an expert on iguanodonts. And so she has been looking at a bunch of the elements that we've dug up in previous years and comparing that to other iguanodont dinosaurs. she and Jim and some other folks are like pretty much 100% sure that it is a new species. Probably doesn't have a thumb spike. At least we haven't found one yet. We had something last year that looked like a hallux. Pollux? Maybe the thumb claw, not a spike, and that would be really exciting. But I don't have a lot of details on the particulars of its anatomy. I don't have that yet. But based on the age, it being older than any other iguanodont from the Cedar Mountain Formation, we expect it to be new. And there are parts about it apparently that look totally different from other iguanodonts. I'll ask Jim about that in a minute. But, yeah. And hey, Murph, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Hope you're having a good day. It's good to see you. Yeah. And let's see. And Twitcher 2012 had a question. Am I missing chat messages? Are they not coming through? Nope, there it is. Roughly how many mummified humans have they found in cold regions? I have no idea. That's outside my realm of expertise. I'm a dinosaur guy. And I deal with fossils. Mummified, or like, Iceman humans. Frostilicus. Like from that Simpsons episode. Outside my realm of expertise. I don't know that. I'm sorry. Yeah. And Murph says, since iguanodontians predate hadrosaurs, any indication that they had a hoof, as some hadrosaurs are suspected to have had? Kind of like the Morsiphal. So, yeah, the hoof in hadrosaurs is like a soft tissue thing, which I guess it kind of is in horses too, like a keratin, like nail. I bet you iguanodonts would have had something like that, especially when they become more quadrupedal. At this point in time, our critter, our iguanodont here, might still be largely bipedal. I think it depends on who you ask. Things like Camptosaurus may have primarily walked on two legs, but I think, well, I don't know.
Oh, you don't know. I mean,
yeah.
People really haven't done that kind of biomechanical work on Camptosaurus.
Uh-huh.
You look at the building animal, whatnot, what we know about other animals.
Uh-huh.
Chances are it was doing a lot of quadrupediality.
Especially when full grown. I wonder if they would have switched through ontogeny,
It's hard to say. I mean, certainly,
yeah.
When they're running, they'd lift their forelegs were very likely. But,
yeah.
Just grazing. I mean, that's how they keep their head near food.
Right, yeah. So maybe lazily walking around on all fours.
Yeah.
But then if they've got to get up and really move, switching to just two legs.
Yeah. And even big iguanodonts could do that.
Yep. Yeah. But yeah, whether or not this animal had hooves on its forelimbs, it's that's a tough one. To learn more about this kind of thing, I suggest you take a look at the YouTube video. I did an interview, I think it was this past November. What's that?
Is that guy, the Your Dinosaurs Are Wrong guy?
No, Paul Serino is University of Chicago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's been involved with a ton of different stuff. But he had that hadrosaur mummy that was published on back in October or November of last year. And so I did an interview with him about that, and that was a lot of fun. It was cool because it's like this animal seems to have had hooves on its forelimbs. But in order to say that, you have to kind of define what a hoof is, and it's not been very well defined in the past. So that's part of what the project. Like, let's define our terms here. What even is a hoof? And
with a big nail.
The way that he defined a hoof was that it's different from a nail or a claw in that it goes up and around and under. I think that's what it was, if I remember correctly.
Wear down. I mean, they're.
Oh no! Yeah. So rhinos, I don't think they would. Those would be
nails
or unguals. Well, a nail is supposed to be. Yeah, I think with a claw, the underside of the keratin makes contact with the ground. But if it's just like if you have a fleshy pad underneath, and the keratin on top, that would be a nail, like we have. Fleshy part underneath, keratin, hard part on top. But
And these guys, I mean, you've got a terminal claw going out the end of their fingers.
yeah,
You know, which probably keratin underneath too, but we don't know.
yeah,
I mean, we really don't, you know, I mean, you look at the footprints and go, okay, they're, you know, fleshy
sure.
to some extent. You know, we had, there's one of the things in Isle of Wight I was trying to get these guys to collect. There's a beautiful ankylosaur natural foot cast, and you could see the claws really well in this thing. And I was like, you got to collect that. And we collected one in a hadrosaur in the Wawi, same thing, where you could clearly make out the hooves at the end of the toes and what they were like.
Yeah.
And that's outdoors at the visitor center, and it never been described. And they just put it on exhibit.
Yeah.
I think that might be better to use than just put it in your garden in front of your museum.
There you go. Yeah. We got another question about dinosaur DNA. Have we sequenced genomes? No, we don't have a single scrap of any Mesozoic dinosaur's DNA. Just that stuff degrades too fast. We don't have, I think, a single nucleotide.
That's science fiction.
Yeah. Yeah.
DNA a dinosaur, rebuild them. I'll get my time machine and we'll check it out.
There you go. Yeah. That's a bit more plausible, maybe. Yeah. Anywho.
Let's go capture them.
Let's take a look at this ankylosaur stuff over here, by the way.
Potential.
Potential ankylosaur. Don't want to jinx it. But thank you, Ethan. So Fisher was uncovering this earlier.
Yeah.
Nice. So this could be Ankyland over here. If that's what this turns out to be. We've got a nice. Is that a caudal right there?
Yeah.
Is this the neural spine on top?
Zig.
Oh, okay. Pre and post zig.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
And then
So there's one of the tail vertebrae right here.
and Ethan
There's the
thinks
centrum, the round part.
This is maybe a pedal ankylo.
toe claw,
pedal
yeah.
phalanx, rather.
Oh, okay. Toe bone. Very cool.
It's really short and fat, so it looks like an anky foot bone.
Yeah, I can see that.
It doesn't really look like the iguanodont
Yeah,
toes
yeah.
we have. See how it's like way wider than long?
Oh, yeah.
And it's super rugose right here. That really does look like an anky pedal
Yeah.
phalanx. But I'm not certain of it, but that's just our best guess.
Certainly not theropod.
Certainly not. Yeah. It's a big
Nice.
chunky foot.
Pod, potentially.
I guess it's not out of the question, but sauropod feet, I don't really know.
Yeah. I mean, it looks awful flat. I would say probably ankylosaur. This is the ventral side here, right?
Presumably, yeah.
Yeah. So it's upside down. And then proximal and distal.
And that caudal is probably an iguanodont, but
Nice.
yeah.
Yeah. But here is the thing de resistance right now. That is potentially an ankylosaur ilium, so one of the upper hip bones. And this part right here that's all filled in with matrix, that could well be the acetabulum, the hip socket. So it's small for one of these guys, which is intriguing. Wasn't Jim saying that we don't really have ankylosaur hips that are this small from this area?
I believe so. I think
So
this would be
exciting stuff. Well
juvenile
done,
one.
Fisher. Shoot.
Making
Pretty
a lot of progress.
Neat.
So it's kind of a paleontology meme that you always find the
Yeah.
best stuff on the last day.
Yep. But
A mad scramble to get it out. I think it's doable though.
yeah, I think so too.
To take out these guys in one block
And then have to cut this down.
push in here.
I wouldn't mind helping out with that tomorrow morning, just taking this part down, but that's wishful thinking. You guys have plenty of people over here.
It's a little bit congested.
Yeah. But cool stuff. Yeah, let's go get a little video. Explain to you which part of the animal this is. I think I have a skeletal diagram for Gastonia. But this animal here, this ankylosaur, if it is an ankylosaur, is older than Gastonia. So it can't be that critter. This is like a few million years older. This is going to be new. In fact, it's probably the same one that Jim is working on publishing right now. For years, he and Don and some other folks have been excavating over here, and they found all kinds of different bits and pieces of an ankylosaur from about 142 million years ago. At least that's our estimate so far for this. And Jim has given it a name and is working on getting it published. There's a manuscript back in camp that I was looking over, and I might even get to do the illustration for the paper and for the press release. We shall see. It's one of the things I'm excited to work on when I get home. And, yeah, let's see. And Bruno Melanson says maybe an animal trapped in Antarctic ice. So, there's no ice in Antarctica right now that's from the age of dinosaurs. So, no chance of finding a dinosaur in there. I don't think Antarctica even iced over until, like, what, 20 million years ago or something like that? The last of the non-bird dinosaurs died out 66 million years ago. So, yeah. But, yeah. Anywho, and Al and Alice had a question. Where was that? Is there an effort to gene sequence? Oh, no, so I told you no, we don't have DNA from Mesozoic dinosaurs. They're way too old. Yeah. Oh, and I meant an animal earlier than a million years. Yeah, I bet you there are. Well, I wonder. It's tricky because the largest purely terrestrial animal in Antarctica, I've just looked this up this morning, is about this big. It's called an Antarctic midge. All of the other animals in Antarctica that are larger are aquatic or semi-aquatic. We're talking penguins, leopard seals, etc. Maybe crab-eater seals, I think. Weddell seals. Whales are fully aquatic. But all those animals tend to live near the coast, and I think near the coasts, the ice tends not to be as long-lasting as it is in the continental interior. So you have like icebergs calving off, like flowing down off of the continental shelf of Antarctica and into the ocean. So that stuff is being constantly recycled. I think you get a lot of erosion and storms and stuff around the coast. I wonder if you have any ice that's even all that old around the perimeter of Antarctica, where all of the larger animals live. Because again, the biggest animal you will find in the continental interior, I think, is the Antarctic midge, and it's a little insect. It's like this big. So yeah. No horseflies there. There are some invasive arthropods in Antarctica. I think they have invasive flies and stuff like that people brought accidentally. But I think they only really exist near the coasts. So yeah, the only native fully terrestrial, the largest native fully terrestrial animal in Antarctica is the Antarctic midge. Yeah. But yeah, maybe there would be a frozen emperor penguin somewhere for a long time, but I wonder about that. I'm not sure. Yeah. And Bruno Melanson says, what is your dream digging place on Earth? Antarctica's up there. Yeah. The Gobi Desert of Mongolia is up there too. Patagonia in Argentina. These are all places that dinosaur paleontologists speak of in hushed tones. Tones of reverence and awe. I've already done a lot of fieldwork in Utah, Wyoming, Montana. These are also really famous, near legendary places. I'm being goofy about this, but yeah. Places that people really love going to, and there's wonderful fossils from there. But to me, the real exciting exotic stuff is, Antarctica, China, Mongolia, Argentina. Portugal or Spain would be really cool too. There's a lot of neat things going on there. But as Jim was saying the other day, the new frontier of dinosaur paleontology should be Mexico. There are enormous areas of juicy outcrop, just beautiful exposed rock that yield tons and tons and tons of dinosaur fossils that are largely unexplored. That could help us answer all kinds of interesting questions about the evolution and migrations of different dinosaur groups throughout the Cretaceous. What's really going on with faunal endemism. What I mean by that is, like, you get different groups of dinosaurs that show up in different areas. Are they actually so different because of geography? Or is it just a time? The times properly, so maybe the dinosaurs were actually all the same throughout Western North America during the late Cretaceous. And what we're doing is just sampling them at different times so they look different as these species evolve. Or maybe they really are different in different places. The real answer is going to be some combination of the two. But this idea of extreme endemism, where it's like, well, all the dinosaurs in New Mexico are different from the ones in Utah, which are different from the ones in Wyoming, different from the ones in Montana and Alberta, all at the same time. Some people really hew to that idea. They really like the idea of faunal endemism. And other people say, no, there's no reason why they should be different at these different latitudes. I'm oversimplifying here, but I'm trying to make this clear. Like, instead, well, it turns out that we're actually looking at different age rocks in New Mexico and Colorado and Utah and Wyoming and Montana and Alberta. That's why they look different, as these animals are evolving. We're actually sampling different times. A good place to check that would be Mexico, because if it turns out that you have dinosaurs from down in Mexico that are the same as the ones up in Canada at the same time, then that's not a geography thing. But then you got to line up your dates properly, and anyway, it's a really controversial topic in dinosaur paleontology right now. Anyhow. And could there be... There are not a lot of dinosaur museums in Mexico, no, and there's like 2 dinosaur paleontologists in Mexico. That really is like a new frontier. Like, there's so much potential. Anywho, here's an ankylosaur. This is Gastonia burgei. Jim named this critter. Not an ilium, but we'll see if it continues to look like an ilium. But that's that bone. You see how big this is on this critter. The fact that ours doesn't seem nearly that big implies that this was a small animal, if that is an ilium that we're looking at. So yeah. And yeah, that was the Western Interior Seaway. You're totally right, Bruno. Yeah. And Alan Alice. Yeah, there are people working on kind of large... Let me try and paraphrase this. A gene map of how genes are built up and changed over time. That's like an entire scientific field there that you're describing, and people do this. Molecular phylogeneticists, people who look at... They build evolutionary family trees based on the similarity and differences in the genetic codes between different critters. Molecular phylogenies they're a big deal. Unfortunately, we can't really use them for fossil critters, but if you have living representatives of these different groups, like say you want to figure out, okay, how closely related are salamanders and frogs, really? Or different groups of salamanders, let's say. When did they diverge? When did they split and start evolving in different directions? If you have 2 separate families of salamanders, how long have those families been separated? Molecular phylogenies are a way to try and figure that out. You can look at the number of differences, and then you can estimate how long those differences would have taken to evolve, and you can try and come up with a divergence time for those, when those 2 families split on the family tree. This is a big thing. Like, there are literally thousands of people around the world who work on this sort of thing. At least hundreds, if not thousands. But yeah. It gets tricky when you have just fossils to work with, though, because there's sometimes a greater degree of subjectivity. Because if you don't have DNA, if all you have are fossils, then you have to look at the shapes of those bones, and you have to look at the skeletal morphology. So there's maybe a little bit more subjectivity there, if that makes sense. Anywho. And Quixotic Odyssey says, would you ever do private research for mysterious billionaires with unclear motivations? I don't think they'd want me to do that, no. I probably wouldn't want to. I would feel icky about that. I've got a pretty good gig going now. I don't need to be a toady for a billionaire. I'll put it that way. And let's see. And Mythic Mexican says Mexico City is surrounded by volcanic mountains. Does not hinder paleontology. We're not really talking about around Mexico City. We're talking about an outcrop belt that runs down Baja California, and then Jim was saying it kind of runs across the country. I don't think Mexico City's part of this. Mexico City is on a high plateau, as I recall. Maybe we'll ask him in a minute. But yeah. What if they fully funded your dig for a further 3 years? HD and HB. I don't know. We did have a helicopter like fly low over camp yesterday morning, and I was like, "Oh boy, what is this?" But it just flew over and didn't stop. And how big is the new iguanodont? Asks Emily. It's not as big as iguanodont bernisartensis here, but still pretty big. This is our iguanodont from Belgium. Iguanodont bernisartensis from Bernissar in Belgium. It's a big critter. You know, we're talking like 10 meters long. Ours is not going to be this big, but maybe almost as big, because Jim was saying that we've got deniries from this critter that are like at least half a meter long, maybe close to a meter. So even this denery, the lower jaw, is not a meter long. So yeah, maybe our critter is almost as big as bernisartensis. But we've got a bunch of different individuals of this critter. All these bones all mixed up from different sized individuals. Everything from babies to full-grown adults. So that's one of the really cool things about this site, is that even though this is a brand new animal that we're still excavating and working on describing, we already have a bunch of different ontogenetic stages. Young ones, subadult ones, full adult ones. Although from what I've seen here so far, and also what I've been told, the majority of what we're finding are small individuals, both in this season and in previous seasons. It seems like the majority of them are not mature when they were dying and getting buried. Yeah. Anywho. And yes, Karen Poole is working on this right now, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. I wish she were out here with us, but I think she had other things that she needed to do this summer. But she was out with us last year. You should check out some of the VODs if you want to hear Karen talking. I think she might even be in some of the stream titles. So if you look through the YouTube page and search Karen, Karen, you'll find some of those. Yeah. And Al and Alice. Most things in organisms are dictated by their DNA, by their genetic code, but there are epigenetic influences and stuff like that. There's developmental stuff. But for the most part, DNA is what codes for, you know. So DNA is very important. But we don't have that to work with here because the stuff doesn't. Oh, and Dr. Tara's got an interesting question. Mentioned about a Morrison crested tyrannosaurid. Well, we don't know if that one had a crest. That's Stokesosaurus. We don't know if Stokesosaurus had a crest. It's not a well-known animal. We don't have a lot of material. Did it arrive from Asia, from an animal like Guanlong? I don't know. That's a good question. Guanlong is from the Middle Jurassic, is it? Guanlong wukai, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal is there. Why don't we see other Asian animals like Metriacanthosaurs and Mamenchisaurs, etc., etc.? That's a good question. I don't know. Jim might have an insight into that. Let's go ask him in a minute. Let me drink this up. But that's an excellent question, Dr. Tara. I want to follow up on that. And we also had a question about how many state paleontologists are there per state? Does every state have one? Not every state has a state paleontologist. Most states do not. Utah has, well, states, if they have a state paleontologist, have one. And sometimes they also have an assistant state paleontologist. So in our case here in Utah, Jim is the state paleontologist and Don is the assistant state paleontologist. And they make a really good team. Don handles a lot of the logistics and, a lot of the fieldwork stuff. He leads the prep lab and all of this. And then Jim is kind of lead researcher and... Yeah? Ooh, we have a tooth? No?
A nice little bone.
Oh, lovely. It looks like a tiny little scapula or something.
Yeah, I know. We don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bone.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Good find.
Thank you. Got to use the dental pick and everything.
There we go. Excellent. Good stuff, good stuff.
Now I just have to put it in all of the toilet paper ever.
Yeah,
So
yep.
it doesn't get damaged.
Use a whole roll on that. Yeah, that'll would not be a waste.
Roll, but yeah.
We've got one over there if you want it.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And yeah, there's more over there, I guess.
But yeah, that's a
But
cute
good stuff.
little
Let's take another
elephant.
look, actually.
Yeah, it's a cute little elephant.
Really lovely. Yeah, being kind of flat and bladed like that. Oh, it could also be a caudal chevron.
Oh, that's one of the things that he thought might be too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also how flattened it is.
Yeah.
So like it does have some relief, but it's really not, it is.
Parrot, I don't think
Yep.
it'd be for sure.
Gotcha. I really want it to be a tiny scalp, but it's probably.
And it
more
doesn't have to be
like-
dinosaur.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I think it could be like
Some
a
crocs have
bigger,
chevrons look kind of like that, I think.
yeah, or a bigger lepidosaur.
Yeah, that'd be
Like
cool.
that would be.
Sphenodontian?
I know I'm biased, so I'm like, yes,
Yeah.
it has to be this.
Yeah.
But
That would be cool. Yeah, so for those of you at home, Laura here works on different lepidosaurs, lizards, snakes, and also things called sphenodontians, which is like the modern tuatara, I think is the only...
yeah,
Is that the only living species?
yeah.
Yeah, Sphenodon punctatus is the living tuatara. So that would be super cool.
That would be
If the
awesome,
sphenodont
yes.
person found a sphenodont in the quarry.
And then can actually use it for
Yeah, yeah.
research. Ah,
That would be
and then
neat.
I could justify twice as much field work.
There you go, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that irregular impression, this iron stain to the side.
Here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was that?
That was just a pebble.
Was it a pebble or an osteoderm?
I've saved the pebbles so I can show you if you like.
Sure.
Cool.
I'll deal with this one
Okay,
first.
Yeah.
and then I'll get you the pebble.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's higher priority.
So we'll figure out what that is. That's really neat. I'm excited to hear about that when it gets back to the lab.
Then they got another small bone down there
Yeah.
that Marcello found. That same kind of dark gray, but real little. It's like,
Yeah,
what
yeah.
is this? I really do. Stuff is very interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's like we got to get down there now. We're just
Yungi Wifey, hello, welcome to Paleontologizing. If I mispronounced your name, please correct me. But we're here digging up dinosaurs and whatever else we can find in eastern Utah with the Utah Geological Survey. And I'm here with Dr. Jim Kirkland, state paleontologist of Utah. And Jim, we had a question actually about Jurassic paleobiogeography. What do you think is going on with tyrannosaurs? So we've got, what, Stokesosaurus in the Morrison.
And there's a new one. It's not been described.
Oh.
There's a second
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
To your knowledge, are they
With a
very...
skull. I mean,
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Just wish it would come out. We've
Yeah.
known about it for a few years now.
Yeah. It doesn't have a crest, does it? Oh, that might be out already. That might be what my chatter here is referring to.
Oh,
Yeah, I guess we'll see. But how similar or different do you think those North American Jurassic little tyrannosaurs are to their Asian counterparts, things like guanlong.
Well, there's no direct. They have to go through Europe to get there.
Right, so it's a long walk.
And we still don't have any European dinosaurs.
But how good is the record, really?
No, they're so incomplete. We always have to keep in mind. Absence of data doesn't mean it's absent.
Yeah.
But basically, we see no tyrannosaurs in the Cedar Mountains. I think they might have gone out.
So they may have actually gone extinct in North America and held on in Asia.
Maybe that's part of a little tyrannosaur and change everything right there.
You never know,
Yeah, I mean, it's, facts change opinion.
Yep. Yeah, that's what science is all about.
So hopefully it does.
Yeah.
Not always.
Yoongi wife says, "Hi brother, I'm from Alberta, Canada. We have drumheller. We've got drumheller here too. Jim, which knee is that?"
Now this is drumheller and this is Brazos.
And why do you call them that?
Because that's where they both got injured. Brazos, River, Texas, KT Boundary.
Yeah.
Drumheller, Ceratopsian Conference. Getting off the bus.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's like, I fell off Mount Jim. Nah. Helping someone off bus and Kirkland is down.
Yeah. Well, anywho, welcome to Utah. It's good to have you here. Hope you're doing well up there in Alberta. But Dr. Terra says if Matriacanthosaurs were in Europe in the Jurassic, I'm curious why they didn't migrate to North America. Huh.
Well, could Marsosaurus be tied in there? Potential thing. It's like, what are the relationships? We do not have a middle Jurassic record for beings. We have tracks of things that could be very close there.
Are there any strata in North America that are middle Jurassic that could yield fossils that you know of? Any places that are unexplored?
There's a site in Mexico.
Mexico. There we go again.
But then they have produced pterosaurs and tritylodonts. Things like that, so we've gotten good stuff out of it.
So we should have dinosaurs eventually, hopefully.
Well, we got tracks, but it just we get bone anywhere. We haven't got. I always said that'd be the cherry on my professional cake.
Yep.
Yeah.
What would be in particular?
Jurassic site.
In Utah?
In Utah? Oh yeah.
Oh man, yeah.
Our only blank. We got a lot of tracks.
Because on the diagram here. There is a big gap, I guess, in the middle Jurassic.
Oh yeah, the middle Jurassic's not that long. Because basically it's the Carmel Formation up through the Entrada. We have a break there. The Clovian. We got radiometric dates now that are showing us that the Curtis, which is a thin unit at the base of Somerville, that it's Oxfordian, and we are very comfortable with very basal Tidwell, the Morrison's Oxfordian. So that's the Oxfordian's the base of the upper Jurassic.
Yeah.
Taurasian is the top of the lower Jurassic. So it's just that little interval, those four little stages there.
Right.
And here we have the Temple Cap, very thin unit, Carmel and the Entrada. That's all our middle Jurassic in this region. And this transition there is where I think we're going to find it.
Between the Carmel and the Entrada?
Yeah, the Temple Cap.
Yeah. Which areas of Utah would you look for that?
Well, I think we need to get people prospecting to the east of Goblin Valley, personally.
Oh, okay. That's not too far away from here.
No.
Yeah.
But people just, I went and jumped the fence and looked a little bit. And, I didn't find anything in a couple hours.
But that's just a couple hours, shoot.
That'd be it's meaningless.
Yeah.
It's meaningless. But I just one day I got time and stopped the car, hopped the barbed wire fence and went and walked around on it.
Yeah.
But it's facies look like we should be able to find something in those rocks. It's just we got tracks. We know they're animals. There's probably I saw pictures of what should be the oldest sauropod tracks in North America, but need bones.
Yep.
Definitely. That's. I always encourage people to go look. No one does.
And where was it in Mexico that you've got Middle Jurassic?
It's north of Monterey. I'm trying to think of the name of the place. I did not get. But my buddy Rene Hernandez and Jim Clark worked it.
Right.
For a number of years.
Yeah.
And described things. And they're like red beds, and the bones are. sparse, but it's almost like Isle of Skye, which is similar age.
Okay, yeah.
You know, where you're
up in Scotland.
You're seeing a slab, and all of a sudden, oh, here's some bones, and it's a pterosaur or it's a tritylodont. You know, it turns out to be something significant that's not going to be super easy to prep.
Right. Yeah.
But it's there. You know. Certainly dated.
Interesting.
In Middle Jurassic in North America. And with pictures of the fossils, you know, the same kind of red bed stuff you get at Isle of Skye. It's like, it's similar environment, you know, perhaps.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have nothing yet in North America. It won't be obvious, I bet, but you know, Cedar Mountain wasn't obvious. That's why people didn't find it.
Yep. Got another question. Oh, this is a pop culture one. Have you seen the film Primitive War? And
yes, I have.
What did you think of it? So I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. You know, it's better than some of the Jurassic Park films.
It's got.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's not. It's definitely not PG. But you know, the whole concept, you know, they were bringing in dinosaurs as weapons, basically. You know, it was a Russian, North Vietnamese, you know, research facility. Where do we do this? We do it in Vietnam during the war. You know, it's like that's where I wanted a research base.
Exactly. Yeah.
But no, it's pretty good. And I know there's a sequel coming because they did a brilliant job with very little money. I mean, it's one of these things where it's like, you know, like Godzilla Zero. It's like, man, with that budget, you produced that, you know?
Yeah.
So, you know, it made a lot of money, and it's a definite concept that could be expanded upon.
Right. Cool.
So we'll see what they do with it.
Nice. Maybe they'll hire you as a consultant.
Hopefully a bigger spectrum of animals. They have quite a few in there, you know, things are all attacking you, of course.
That's good. Okay.
Yeah.
There's some docile dinosaurs.
Yeah. No, it's worth the watch. Yeah.
I might have to check it out.
Yeah. I mean, the concept of what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's got some legs.
Okay. Nice. You could hang a franchise
some
on
world building.
Yeah. I like that. Thanks, Jim. Good stuff. Here.
Ooh,
take a water break here.
Oh, yeah. On my head.
Yeah, let me check in over here. See what these folks are doing. Nice. Yeah. Looking good. Yeah.
Lots of debris.
Over here, Nathan, I'd work on, when you get around to it, just cutting down this from the very top, down around that so you're not kind of like digging into the side.
Okay, yeah. I've been currently just trenching around these.
No worries,
guys,
yeah. Not to tell you to change what you're doing right now, but when it comes time to try and get at that, make sure you work down from the top. I know it's really tempting to like dig in the side.
I'm not sure if I'm gonna have enough time as much to get to that. Then
is it 4 o'clock already?
No, 4 o'clock Texas time.
There you go. Okay, yeah.
It's 3 o'clock here, and I know today's my last day here.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah.
I can help out afterwards anyway.
Yeah, we gotta dig up that manuscript to show him.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that when we get back to camp.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't let us forget, Nathan.
Gotcha.
That'd be cool. It's exciting stuff. I think is that the same ankylosaur taxon that we've got here in these rocks?
What's
the new one? Crossbelter?
Yeah, I don't mind saying.
Okay, yeah. Am I allowed to say it? Yeah. It says from the same stratigraphic horizon?
With where?
With right here that we're digging now.
Yeah, I mean it's from.
Oh shoot! Yeah.
Over.
Okay.
Type locality.
Is that from Don's place there?
Yeah, over there and across the road.
Nice. Okay.
These 3 animals. We got a brain case over here. Part of the type material.
Yeah, that's exciting.
We may have a 3rd individual represented if that is a smaller. Ilium. It could be a 3rd individual.
Very cool.
So we're building a population. And, you know, and that helps because you look at the armor and things. You know, it's pretty consistent. Beast ontogenetically. I'd love to have a beautiful growth series because the Iliad and ankylosaurs. You know, I don't know if people really look closely at babies and things.
Right. Yeah.
You know, they look at heads. They don't look at
the post-cranial
pelvic girdles and things, which are, you know, certainly unusual in many ways. Lot to do, kid. I didn't do it all.
Yep.
There's
Lots of new discovery.
More to do than you can imagine.
Yeah. That's good to hear.
Yeah.
All right, let me go hydrate here.
Oh, man,
And
I have to too. My
yeah.
mouth's so dry. This wind is really drying us out.
Yeah.
Oh.
And with that smoke too, it's not helping. Really hazy. Look at that. You can barely even see the Book Cliffs. Well, it's cleared up a little. It was hazier earlier, but still. Ugh. All those wildfires. And it's not like it's cooling things off significantly. It's still 107 under the shade tarp here. Oy. Anyhow. And advice on how to get into science communication in written form. Akira Clips. I've not done a great deal of that so far. I think just write as much as you can and read as much as you can. I think a big part of, well, one of the things that's tricky about science communication is you have to be both an expert in the subject matter and you have to be a really good communicator. So the more that you learn about your subject matter and the more practice you have in explaining ideas in a simple way that's entertaining, that might sound like really obvious advice, but yeah, I can't necessarily give you any good advice on like how to get employment as a science writer or anything, because I have no experience there. I don't know how these things work. Yeah. My best advice might be reach out to some science, see if they could give you any advice. People who know that field and they make their livings doing this. Maybe somebody would be kind enough to give you some advice, but really competitive field, science writers are more unemployed than they have ever been since the advent of like popular science writing, I think. It's tough. It's tough. It used to be that like every major newspaper in the United States had someone on staff as a professional science writer, and now it's like 2. So there was since like the decline of print media here in the US, things have gotten rough. Nearly all of the professional science writers at newspapers have been laid off. And now with the rise of all this AI garbage, even once reputable organizations are just starting to churn out AI slop. They're like, oh, the readers don't really care, and this stuff is cheap, so might as well just go with it. And it's not great. Here, I'm gonna push this button on here and get this turned off. There we go. Let's finish out our water here. And yeah. And Age de Chômage, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Let's see. And sandwiches praise, yes, that's another big issue. Just homogenization. Facebook didn't help with this either. Like, I don't know. A bunch of news organizations did a big pivot to video at one point because Facebook told them, oh, well, videos get so much more traction than printed media. And it turned out a lot of those data were cooked, like that wasn't a real trend. And so all of these news organizations pivoted to video and spent a ton of money on that, and then laid off a lot of their writers, as I understand it. And it was all kind of a lie. Yeah. Facebook was kind of cooking the books there, saying that all these videos were getting all these views that they really weren't. And so it was pretty devastating for print media, as I understand it. All right, that water's done. Let's move on to the next. Oh boy, I don't hear any ice in this. Is it at least nice and cool? Oh, that's lovely. Ah. Yeah. And let's see. And deregulation in the 90s. Oh, yeah, there you go. Sandwiches praise, yeah. Anywho. And Neverwinter says, I thought about getting into science writing at one point in the early 2000s, but I saw the opportunities dwindling quickly. Yeah, I think after about 2008 or so, the number of writing jobs for science just plummeted. Which is awful, because like never in the history of the world has it been more important for the general public to understand science and technology, to understand natural processes and how our planet works. These things are increasingly important, increasingly relevant to our everyday lives. And Carl Sagan had a quote about this. Let me see if I can find that, so I'm not just paraphrasing clumsily. Trying to find one not badly paraphrased on Reddit. Oh boy. Let's see. Oh, there we go. This is nice and pithy. This is the one I was looking for, I think. Come on, Goodreads. You can do it. Load up. Come on. Are we having a signal loss? What's going on here? There it is, yeah. We've arranged a society on science and technology in which nobody understands anything about science and technology. And this combustible mixture of ignorance and power, sooner or later, is going to blow up in our faces. I mean, who is running the science and technology in a democracy if the people don't know anything about it? Science is more than a body of knowledge, it's a way of thinking. If we are not able to end or interrogate those who tell us that something is true, to be skeptical of those in authority, then we're up for grabs for the next charlatan political or religious leader who comes ambling along. It's a thing that Jefferson lays great stress on. It wasn't enough, he said, to enshrine some rights in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. The people had to be educated, and they had to have to practice their skepticism and their education. Otherwise, we don't run the government runs us. And I think that's important to remember. I think he's right about that. I think he makes some really good points. So, and what's really scary right now is that, like, I don't know, we might have some educators in the audience. This is something I hear about all the time. That increasingly, like, in schools, especially in the US, kids are being encouraged to use AI for stuff. So they're not even really learning how to read lengthy pieces and think critically very much, because they just have ChatGPT do it. So they're essentially having their voices stolen from learning how to think or how to express those thoughts in the ways that, you know, even people my age were, you know, we had to do to be able to make it out of high school. If the current trend continues, we'll have two of people who just kind of don't know how to think for themselves. And they're just used to having an answer handed to them. It's a depressing notion. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And oh boy, Dr. Terra says Discovery Channel on Shark Week did a show for prehistoric sharks and they only used generative AI instead of Ugh. Let's drink some more water, and we'll get back into the quarry. Let's get pumped about some actual cool stuff, you know? And hey, Wolvulus, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Kid Boga pronounces it ChatGPT. I like that a lot. I don't know. These things deserve to be mocked and ridiculed, in my opinion. But that's just me. Let's have a little peek around here. Maybe we'll get back to digging there. Oh, you got that thing wrapped up, Laura?
I would expose
Yeah,
this a little
it's
more.
now very exciting looking as a,
Nice, yeah.
I don't know, a hot pocket or something.
Hot pocket. Scalding hot on the outside, freezing cold on the inside.
And then once we kind of see what's
And
going
I
on
am
here,
just
we'll be able to decide if we should
mapping
keep
it.
going together.
Nice.
So,
Yeah,
okay,
excellent.
and, what should I do? Yeah, exactly. What should I do
It's a
with
new
that?
bone, huh? Oh no, this is the same one from you.
Yeah.
That's the sweet bone.
All right, how you doing, Crystal?
I'm tired. How are you?
Yeah, doing well. Is it your last day with us here?
Yep.
Shoot. Yeah.
Your last name also?
Y'all finally get rid of me.
We're gonna miss you,
Yes.
but I'm sure you're not gonna miss the desert heat.
I don't mind it.
Okay.
At least it's a dry heat.
I was saying earlier how I get annoyed when people in the chat say that. They're like, 111 degrees in the shade, but you know, at least the humidity is low. It's like, it's still 111 degrees in the shade.
It's still hot.
Yeah.
It doesn't make it less hot. It just makes your sweat work better.
Yeah, it's very true. It's very true. I don't even feel like I'm sweating out here because it evaporates so quickly.
Yeah.
111.
Yeah. Yeah.
Create the difference.
Yep. Yeah. So, but anyhow, I might sit down and work on this maybe after the space. But here, let's go do a little progress over here.
Yeah, so that
Yeah? All right, I'm on official business. A gym investigation on the status of the ilium. It's a fact-finding mission.
Well, we are Tommy cooking over here, so.
That Tommy Cooker. Just 3 easy payments of $19.95, plus shipping and handling.
I got a bit of a wall bone over here.
Wall bone. Uh-oh.
So,
Oh, up there. Shoot. Okay.
so
Yeah.
a little bit of a reality check for the
Bless you.
pullback of this high wall, but I think I have enough space here to trench around
There we go. Yeah.
this vert and this phalanx guy.
Yeah. Cleanly. You
That,
don't have
yeah, the next step is to
whole mammal skeleton underneath.
get this thing capped and flipped so we can really
Nice.
get
Do some
Tommy
breathing.
in earnest.
Flipping easy.
Yeah.
Stuff up there was flipping nice and nice separation, but this is all just like brittle.
Good stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool. I'll go tell Jim that you're doing everything right, and that you deserve a raise.
Oh, that was water.
All right.
Probably should.
have the hide in the vehicle.
All right, boss man. Ilium's looking good, if it is an ilium.
Yeah.
And they're trenching around it. They've got enough space where they can do a good trench around that caudal and have some breathing room to work around the ilium. Yeah.
Some nice stuff. No, I mean, getting down, actually, we're going to be ending the season. We're going to be getting down to
Yeah.
stuff I'm waiting to get down to for 3 weeks.
Uh-huh. I mean, yeah, shoot. It's a little aggravating that, like, we're finally getting down to the bone zone. We only have a few days left, but that's what happens when you reopen an old site.
And right below that lip back there in that high wall,
Yeah.
I mean, the hopper lip, there is bone even that high. It's just
Sure.
more cruddy.
Yeah.
But you sometimes it
pretty
isn't.
isolated, yeah.
And sometimes it isn't.
Yeah.
So it really slows you down. It was like the whole thing here is like, man, we waste all this time.
Yeah.
And then this is good.
Yep.
Until you get down to where the pavement of bone.
Yep. So it does become kind of a judgment call. Like, do you just high grade through
You
all the
can't
high
do
stuff
that.
with a pick
You're
and
not
shovel?
doing
Like,
science. You
yeah,
can't do that.
exactly. Yeah.
It does slow you down.
Yep. But anyway, when we come back next year, it'll be nice to.
Yeah, we don't throw away information.
Exactly. Yeah. No, of course not. No.
No, of course not.
A commercial group would be like, yeah, this high. Let's just use a backhoe.
Oh yeah,
Just-
no, absolutely.
We'll dynamite this.
If you were you would just take it right down and not even worry till you're down there.
Yep. Although if you're so fast,
Yeah.
holy cow, this bone is not. It's very scientifically important, but man, is it not really like the sort of thing that you would see for sale at an auction. Like,
Oh yeah.
ugh.
Sometimes also
You know, they
But
stick to the easy stuff like Hell
mounted
Creek.
skeletons and stuff like this from the Cedar Mountain.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
Replicate it and
Yep. All those Rob Gaston
mounts.
mounted skeletons are beautiful. Those are skeletons of different dinosaurs, molded and cast by Rob Gaston. They're not casts of Rob Gaston's skeleton, to be clear.
No, Rob's still with us.
Thankfully, yeah.
But
That would be kind of cool, like if he were to do an X-ray like CT thing and have his own skeleton, and then he can throw that in as a bonus. You know, buy 5 Gastonia and get 1 Rob Gaston for free. Yeah.
But you know, basically with this stuff, you got these. You know, people ask it very often.
Yeah.
Well, why are you exhibiting the real bones? And a lot of the real stuff here is too fragile to mount. But you scan it, you replicate it, and then those nice resin replicas can be mounted into a skeleton.
Yep.
That's impressive and is totally reflecting what we are digging up.
Oh yeah, that's all the actual.
It's just
morphology,
some of this stuff is quite fragile.
Actually, that does feel good.
So, Jim, you were saying there's like whole museums in Japan that are full of stuff from the Cedar
Oh
Mountain
yeah, I know.
right?
You know, I was down in Osaka, and I go into it might be the Tambora Museum, and it's like, oh, there's Falcarius, there's Gastonia, a whole bunch of dinosaurs I had named.
Right.
You know, so here I am, like, oh, let me tell you something about my babies. You know,
It's so cool.
no, it's
They
I
roll out the
love
red
seeing
carpet
my
for you?
animal. I love seeing my. Oh, they treat me. Yeah, I mean, they paid for me to go to Japan.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's, you know, obviously we're going to bring in this guy to Japan and we're going to treat him like an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah. We just had to get you here to just say how bad you are. Your work is ruining all our students. They read your stuff and we have to re-educate them.
Oh, and I think we had a shout out earlier too to Jameson from Mom and Bootsy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Hope you're doing well, Emily and Bootsy. Sorry it took me a minute to get to that. But yeah. And is the wind dying down out there? It comes and goes. I don't know. It's been pretty windy today.
It's supposed to be windy today and I think tomorrow.
Yeah, okay.
Hot, windy, and the fires love it.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I mean, these winds going into that big monster fire over there. There's a lot of homes getting burned up right this minute.
Boy. Spare a thought for the folks in South Central Utah.
Fillmore, it's heading to Richfield, and
Yeah.
they're real afraid for Richfield. Everybody's on, like, have your alarm phone ready, because we say bail, but they've, evacuated a bunch of Fillmore, and Kanosh, and a couple other towns.
Yeah.
And if you own places up in those forests, you just forget it. They're gone.
Ugh.
It's a bad year in the West for fire.
Yeah.
Bad year last year.
Spokane
bad year.
too, says Jerry.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Spokane. Half the city's going up.
Ugh.
No. Person I know owns a theater there and took a picture. You just look behind. It's just a wall of fire coming toward their theater.
Geez.
I don't know if it hit or not. Pretty close.
Terrific.
Uh,
Brighter, one of my moderators, says I showed my mom parts of the Dinosaur Frontier book today. And just across a few pages, I went, that's one Jim named, and that's one too, and that one. That's pretty excellent. I was so happy to see that book in a place of honor at Back of Beyond Books in Moab.
Oh, yeah?
Like one of the coolest bookstores in the world, in my opinion.
I'm glad to see they had copies. They were selling out. I mean,
Yeah.
you go there and say, oh, you should get a copy of the book while you're here.
Yep.
And we don't have any. Sold
Well, they've
out.
got a stack of them now, and it's not just where you can see the spines on the shelf. They turned it around, so you get the full cover, and people are buying it. So, yeah. Yep.
Yep, there was nothing on these rocks ever before for the for the public.
Yeah. So let me show off that book real quick. Let's go get that. Show you what I'm talking about, chat. If you're at all interested in the Cedar Mountain Formation and the rocks that we're digging in here, in this, one might call it a new frontier in dinosaur paleontology, or at least a current frontier, then you should check out the book, Dinosaur Frontier, by Krista Sadler. We're in this book, many of us. Just came out last year, cutting edge stuff. There's things in here that haven't been published yet in the scientific literature. There we go. Dinosaur Frontier, Utah at the dawn of the Cretaceous. There is a Utah raptor having a friendly wrestle with an iguanodont dinosaur. Look, they're playing. Anywho, excellent book. And again, if you want to be brought up to date on the Cedar Mountain, this is one of these things. It's a really exciting story in dinosaur paleo, and one that hasn't been told in depth before. Where's Papa Jim? Oh, Krista signed it for me, which is nice. I did an interview with her. Was it last year? I think in the quarry. If you search Krista, Christa, on my YouTube channel page, you can find that VOD saved there. Yeah, there's Papa Jim. Jim Kirkland, forever a 5-year-old. That's not meant in a disparaging way. It's Jim's childlike sense of wonder that Krista is highlighting there. Yeah. He likely started more careers working in the Cedar Mountain Formation than any other paleontologist. Marina Suarez says, Jim is a wealth of master's theses and doctoral dissertations. He's got 1 million of them in his head. And he does. So, anyway, Dinosaur Frontier. Check it out. I brought this out here because it's an excellent resource for explaining things about our fieldwork here. So this big painting, I've showed this off a number of times on stream so far, but this is a depiction of this very environment that we're digging in. So we can tell by the lithology here, this wet mudstone all full of pebbles and stuff like that, and bits of ferns, especially from Ethan's wash over there, just a few meters away. This was a wet, swampy environment, like a fern marsh, you could call it. Ferns everywhere, standing water. We've got bits of crocs and turtles from here. Yurgavuchia, this meat-eating feathered dinosaur, similar to Velociraptor, is from right over there. So, like, I could throw a tennis ball and hit that site from here. Mierosaurus, likewise, this big, long-necked plant-eating dinosaur, is from right over there. I could hit that with another tennis ball, just lobbing it over. And then here's our iguanodonts right here, walking around eating ferns, doing their thing. This is kind of dinosaur has not been named yet. It's brand new. We're still excavating it. And Karen Poole is working on this right now. And then there's a dead ankylosaur being chomped on by some crocs. And sure enough, we have ankylosaur bits coming out over there by Fisher. So, again, when you're looking at this site, and as I'm describing these things, I want this to be what you're imagining. You know, a wet floodplain like this, swampy, you've got standing water, you've got some flowing water, lots and lots of mud, lots and lots of ferns, lots of dinosaurs. And as these critters would die, their remains would be out there on the surface. They get pulled apart by scavengers like these crocs. And, yeah, everything would get disarticulated, all pulled apart. Anywho. But yeah, good stuff. An interesting Darth Jace, okay. I may have met her. I don't want to dox anybody, but if you've got her name, I can tell you whether or not I've met her. Cool stuff. Anywho, excellent book. I still need to read this cover to cover. I've been so busy with other things, I've not actually sat down and read the whole thing yet. But I appear in this book in a couple of places. I'll just leave that there to intrigue you. If you buy the book or request it at your local library or whatever, you can see where I pop up in the book. It's good stuff. It's won a number of awards at this point, which is cool. Yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. Let's get into some digging over here.
You mean the one yesterday?
Yeah, the one yesterday that we found.
Oh, that's back
Oh, it's already gone back.
trailer, but I can just bring it back to the trailer to find it.
Put it in, yeah, whatever.
I will put it in my pocket for now, but I'm not.
Oh.
Bring it back down and micro CT scan. What's inside of it? Well, as we've heard, when I actually saw it, there was a little one of these little nodules. Like
this right here.
The groover.
There we are.
You know,
I haven't really shown iguanodont patch on the streaming bag so far.
Like I randomly picked it up. And it's
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, I thought that was fun. Oh, every time I walk
Let's
back
see
to
like
the
this.
Well, we were in the salt wash. I mean, it wasn't a fossil, but when we were in the salt wash, I went to go and pee behind the bush, and just because I happened to be squatting on the ground, I found like a snake.
That's nice. Oh man.
You want some?
Oh yeah.
Like, you know, 1 or 2 millimeters.
Thank you.
And it was only
Nice.
because I just happened and it was like, oh, you know, just
Randomly
around
strange
there.
people as they walk by.
Just a drive-by misting.
Yes.
Yes, no privacy. No question.
All right, I'm gonna be trenching around this, and if I can get this thing popped, happy about that. Don't know what kind of bone in particular this is. It seemed kind of like a vertebral centrum, maybe, with the transverse process coming off it, but that's a guess. Everything was all. It's right near the surface. Not good preservation. Oh, and cool, Darth Jason. I do know the Cal Academy. I've hopefully got some research lined up there at some point in the next couple of years.
You know, the Saudis bought a ton of land near Phoenix.
But very cool.
And it likes hot temperatures, all right, but it needs a lot of water. And they're pumping up water that's dated at 25,000 years
And she likes
old.
paleo. That's neat, Darth Jace.
And,
Very cool.
You know, they turn it into plants and
Yeah.
ship to Saudi Arabia. Their cattle and their feed barns.
That is like the least
That's how
sustainable
I
thing
can
I can think
It's,
of.
well, it's what you're doing is you're stealing water. I mean, that's what it is. It's a process of stealing water.
It was for American
You know, instead of
cattle,
putting
we
them
were
in
like, that
buckets.
sounds really
You know.
unsustainable. It was like, oh no, we'll just fly it halfway across the
Yeah, oh yeah.
cattle there.
Well, I mean, it's, you know, if no one
My
gets
good
it,
brush go.
that is the most efficient way to steal water.
Yeah.
Is turn it into something lighter, you know, that, you know, and give it to your cattle. You can desalinate water in Saudi, you know, but growing stuff is a lot tougher. So you steal our water by hay and alfalfa and all that stuff. Almost all of it grown in Utah goes like that. Yeah.
Welcome, Diane Serpent.
Yeah, there's something good there.
What's this I'm working on? Some kind of random bone that I put under this gypsona cap. It could be a vert or something. I think it might be stacked on top of something else, though. I really don't want to uncover the full extent of it here in the field because it's super crumbly. So, just trying to get it out safely, and they can figure it out in the lab.
Make it someone else's problem.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, where are you
Thank
going?
goodness it's not going to be mine.
Yeah.
Oh.
Then again, I'm already having to do a lot of dealing with other people's problems in the lab.
Yeah. And with your Aedosaur phylogenies and everything, it's just figuring out that taxonomic rat's nest, rat king. What would we call it? All tangled up.
Yeah.
But somebody's got to do it. I'm glad you're working on that.
Yep. And hopefully I can collaborate with other ESOR researchers. Since for my PhD, I'm going to be doing a little bit more biomechanics with other
Biomechanics, that'll be cool.
And ankylosaurs and such.
Yeah.
But I can probably fit in the phylogeny in there and such somehow. Since me and my advisor, Dr. Jeffrey Martz, he wants to know where did all the mess up with the phylogenetics happened, because it was nice 10 years ago, and then
It's gotten all jumbled.
and then something happened, and now it's a mess.
People making characters out of things that are
Well, some of
Maybe
these
not the
characters are
wisest.
actually quite important, but it's, It's just like, okay, is it a character, or is it one of the taxa, or is it something else? Or is it that we just don't do, or is it at the point it's like we just can't do a parsimonious analysis anymore?
Oh boy, trying to trench around this. This is a really tough area because there's so many pebbles in here that mimic bones, and then the bones tend to mimic the pebbles. And you pull something out, and it's like, oh boy, there's bone there. Ugh. Just had that happen here. I might have to enlarge this if, well, no, I could put this back together, it'll be fine.
You sound so unhappy about there being a bone there. Oh, no, there's bone there.
Well, it's because I pulled it out, and that's
Okay.
not what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, okay.
So, now I gotta put it back very, very carefully, glue it in place, and then work around it. So I'm frustrated with myself, not with the bone. Yeah.
It just sounded like you're very disappointed that there was a bone there.
I feel like sometimes I've encountered that with like digs. It'll be like we'll be right about to leave, and then we see a fossil, and we're like, ah.
For me, it's like I'm trying to take down the shelf someplace, and then it's like, okay, keep going, just so I can get to a bone that's already been exposed, but I need to take down the shelf to get to it.
Yep.
And then I find another bone, and it's like, ah.
Yep.
Looks like I have to go back to the top and such because it's going into the wall again.
Yeah, why can't they be in a convenient place?
Yeah.
There's dinosaurs are ornate.
These iguanodons, man, they just be dying everywhere.
Yeah. They're impolite.
Very rude. I know that when I die, I'll have to make sure I suffocate myself in the swamp first.
And make sure you leave a complete skeleton.
Yeah, exactly.
None of this fragmentary
I
stuff.
have asked that they turn me into a bog body.
Oh, yeah!
I mean, you're leaving tomorrow morning, right? So
Yeah.
we better get on that, I guess.
Oh yeah, I'm leaving
man,
tomorrow
I need to
morning
die
also
quick.
too. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not leaving tomorrow morning. That's just okay.
No, Crystal.
Oh, Crystal. Oh.
Crystal's
Yeah.
leaving tomorrow morning. I'm leaving tomorrow morning because we have things we need to do.
I mean, you gotta go graduate, right?
Yep. And also turn
Man,
in.
I gotta go graduate. Oh, you can.
But you're staying on at
think I got
Texas Tech for your
Okay.
PhD.
What?
Were you're staying on to Texas Tech for your PhD?
Yeah, because I just don't know where else to go right now, and
Yeah.
plus
No,
it's been
it's
past.
hard to find any place to go right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah,
Do
if you have
that.
a spot to go in the first place,
It's an
that's
option
great.
that is probably pretty smart to do, you know, because it's tough, you know, finding a home now because so many programs just don't have any funding. You
Yeah.
know, they're hurting.
And the thing is that I'm going to be staying at Tech and such, but I'm not going to be funded. It's going to be all out of my own time because Dr. Marks only has one TA position. He already gave it to a person.
Oh boy.
Then again, the dude already got dibs and such before I even got to Tech.
Gotcha. Do we have the thick glue over here?
Yes, we do.
Oh, thank you.
No, it's tough. I mean, I know some incredibly talented, people trying to get to grad school. This young woman, Maddie, has been with us since she was 16. You know, top science geology student at Southern Utah University. She can't get into a graduate program.
Ugh, that's tough.
You know, she's obviously got the drive. I mean, I know this woman. It's like, yeah, she would be great. You know, she will do it. You got to give her the chance, and no one's taking students. You know, it's very frustrating.
I mean, heck, my colleague Josh, who's also a PhD student that's not funded at Tech. It's like he couldn't find it. He was trying to get into programs and such outside of Tech because he got his undergraduate there, then his master's, then he went to another university during COVID to get an online master's degree there, and now he's back at Tech for a PhD. So it's like no matter what he's doing, he can't get out of Texas Tech.
Yeah. No, I had friends and colleagues at Montana State that were the same. They just kept coming back, you know? It's the only place they could find opportunities.
As I tried to apply to Montana State whenever I got my after my undergraduates, but it just didn't work.
Yeah.
Was there a professor there that you wanted to work with?
Actually, not off the top of my head. I can't remember now since it's been
Yeah, if you wanted to
3 to
keep
4
them
years now.
Triassic, there really isn't anyone there.
But yeah, I don't think there was anyone working on like dinosaurs specifically, or like ankylosaur like dinosaurs. Even though I know they have the ankylosaur material in their collections.
Yeah, there's no one that works on it, but they got good material.
Yeah, they have the material, but not the professors who are working on it.
Well, there is no one in the United States. I mean, that's got students that knows ankylosaurs. No one.
Huh.
And I think the only other professors and such would.
Or Canada.
And
I mean, Victoria is in a school where she has students.
Oh, really? I was going to say, what about
college?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that would be an issue too.
I'm the only person that, actually tries to work with students actually right now.
Is that a first for a Utah State paleontologist to be working with students like that?
That could well be, but
yeah.
It's just more my nature.
Yeah.
I've done a lot of thesis committees and things over the years.
And
what I do, I don't teach. I think the University of Utah would love to have me teach a seminar or something. I have too many other duties that prohibit me from doing that.
I mean, even Dr. Mars is like he's the curator and such for the paleontology division at the Tech Museum, but he has to also teach the vertebrate paleontology class, and that just got him like so backlogged this past spring.
Sure. Right, so he's teaching one class a year?
I'm not sure if it's once a year or once every 2 years or how the cycle goes.
Randy has to teach like every other year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I know like classes like geological correlations once every few years.
Got Drunky Kong in the chat who says, "Go Aggies." Is that Texas Tech?
Oh, that's Texas A&M.
Oh.
Actually, no, wait. Aggies can also be one of the was it BYU also?
Is it?
Not Texas Aggies. Oh, you mean was it Baylor?
Baylor is the Baylor Bears.
Yeah.
I thought there was a Utah.
I always thought the Aggies were Texas A&M.
Yeah, they are, but I thought there was also a Utah college that also had Aggies.
Oh, Drunky Kong says, clarifying, Utah State. Nice.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I was right, yeah.
Yeah, because you tend to have a major university, a state school, which is often an agricultural school back in the day. So they've all branched up. But yeah, it's often, Colorado State University, Fort Collins was the agricultural school there. But they then really expanded into full-flow university.
What A&M needs is a museum, an actual museum.
Yeah, or work with another institution. I mean, it's like institutions can collaborate. I mean, institutions are very bad at it because they want every penny for themselves.
Right.
Survey the same way. Survey wants every penny for itself. Well, I want to work with this college, and they're going to get half the money. No, you can do it in-house.
So in the long run, how does that lead to less money? Because I assume that's a detriment, right? When these institutions don't cooperate with one another?
Overhead.
Uh-huh.
And one of the things, we had a big project that I generated.
Uh-huh.
And we took our overhead, and then we were wanting to fund Lindsay Zano for a research assistant at the U.
Right,
and
yeah.
on top of what the money was she needed to do that, we had to add another 40% for overhead.
Oh, boy, yeah.
So it was like 80% overhead on her position.
Uh-huh.
We add them up. What we took for overall overhead, and the survey said we'll never doing that again. Never again.
Yep.
So now we're looking at maybe trying to bring on students, where we have funded projects as postdocs.
Uh-huh.
So they're totally working with us, but it's a 2-year position.
Yep.
And they're working on a research project.
Yeah.
Like that we already have funding for.
Oh, we've got here, Jim, you've probably got insight into this. We've got a chatter who says, I'm in DFW, Dallas Fort Worth, about to finish community college. Not sure which university I should take a look at if I want to go the paleontology route. Yeah, let's think about that for a second.
Well,
I feel like this is worth a little interlude here.
Off the top, Southern Methodist.
Yeah, so yeah, if you're gonna stay in the Dallas area, SMU is a good school, but it's private.
It's got people there too. I mean,
Yeah,
they have
Louis
probably-
Jacobs, yeah.
But well, no, Lou's retired.
Oh, is he retired? Oh, that's right.
Wisconsin.
Yeah, okay.
But they have another paleontologist there to replace him.
Yeah, I was thinking about going to SMU.
Yeah, I don't know, who's doing the program.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you got there and worked under Lou.
Well, so
you'd enjoy
yeah,
it.
this was when I was trying to decide on a school.
Are you good on electrolytes?
I
I could probably use some.
I'm good, thank you though. Yeah. Ooh. Should take that with water though.
Yeah. Thank you.
But yeah, I got into SMU and I was told, yeah, you should apply there. Lou Jacobs is there, and
Oh yeah.
but
Dale Winkler and
yeah, but it's a private school, and I think it would have been difficult. Some of the scholarships that I got wouldn't apply to that school. So yeah.
But were they offering you a teaching assistantship or anything, or just?
So what I did is I started emailing Lou Jacobs and never heard back. And it was a private school. I didn't really want to move to Texas, and so I just said nah. Montana State made a lot more sense.
It's a good program.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
Yeah.
Jacobs is a very sharp guy. Oh, and you were also looking undergraduate. You weren't
Exactly,
looking
yeah.
at graduate
Yeah.
school.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Yeah.
difficult to go to those big schools. I mean, that's part of the problem in our country.
Yeah.
Is you basically need money to go to those schools, and if you don't have it,
Uh-huh.
no matter how smart you are, it's hard to leverage those scholarships because they don't cover it all.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Harvard's talking real serious of basically anyone that's qualified other than, like our big rich alumni.
Sure.
It's
Unless you're a legacy student, then you get free
go
tuition.
Free, but
Yeah.
we're only going to take people that are, exceptional.
They should do that. They have like
If
a
you're exceptional, we'll
$60
come.
billion endowment
Yeah.
at Harvard.
And
Like,
Harvard's been talking about that for a
yeah,
long time.
Harvard's like what are they? Like a real estate trust with a university attached to it. Like, yeah.
And their philosophy that they're discussing is, okay, we're the best, and we really shouldn't turn away the best.
They certainly do a lot, though.
Oh, they do. I mean, that's the whole thing of private
Yeah.
schools.
Yeah.
Very expensive paid tuition there, and if you're getting scholarships, most scholarships don't
Yeah.
even think about you're going to pay that kind of a tuition.
Right. Yeah.
So it's
Can I
hard.
ask?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
Uh huh.
But I don't really fully know the U.S. system. So if you go
Yeah.
to community college,
Yeah.
do you go from there, postgraduate? Or
No, from there to like an undergrad. See, that's a common thing in a community college.
Yeah, they're
And then,
more inexpensive.
And then, so it'll be like a local community thing, much cheaper usually. And then you do your last 2 years of your undergrad or more
Ah, okay.
at like a state school or a
Yeah.
university.
So it's like you don't start at the start.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
you can get what they call an associate degree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is just a 2-year degree beyond. It's beyond.
And I
high
almost did
school.
that starting off. Yeah.
And and you may do a technology thing. You may do. Okay, I'm specializing auto body or some kind of nursing thing, or some other discipline where an extra 2 years is needed
Yep.
to be licensed.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dr. Terr, I don't know, Southern Methodist University is a good school in the Dallas-Fort Worth area for paleontology. But
Of course, University of Texas.
if you can move elsewhere, there's lots and lots of other options.
Austin.
Yeah, UT Austin is
UT Austin's good.
good. Yeah, they have an
Yeah.
excellent paleo program.
Texas Tech. I mean, Jeff's a very sharp guy.
Filled up right now. We don't have any open positions.
Yeah, even for undergrad.
Yeah, but you'll be just volunteering it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you go to school. You got to go to school. I mean,
Yeah.
and you find if you go to a big school and they, you want to get involved in paleo, there's no chance. If
Well-
you're not in a school where they have a program.
Yeah, the thing about UT Austin is they've got a really vibrant paleo community there. So like when I was doing work
Oh, yeah.
with out in St. George last spring, we had a bunch of UT Austin students, who came out for spring break, and they were helping out with the fossil dig in St. George, and they've got a big paleo club there, and yeah, again, a vibrant, robust community of undergrads interested in paleontology and lots of opportunities.
No you got the Texas Bureau of Economic Geology there, which is a place students get summer jobs sometimes. No, it's a vibrant community. Go out of state, you're going to pay more.
Yep.
But if you go like University of Colorado, out there and get in-state tuition. Colorado, in-state tuition is more than out-of-state tuition is in Utah.
Right. Yeah.
Which I find really amusing.
That's like in California, the in-state tuition for the University of California system was I think it was 5 times as much as out-of-state tuition was for me to go to Montana. Just nuts.
And it used to be free.
Yeah. Like maybe $90 a semester
or something. When I was in college,
it
was virtually free.
Yeah.
If you were a California resident, any California state school.
Not anymore, because the state decided to stop funding university education, pretty much. Yeah. But anyway, so Dr. Ted, there's plenty of cool options available to you there in Texas and all across the country, and internationally. There's a lot of good schools for undergrad for paleo, so it's an exciting time.
And Texas Tech is probably quite a bargain for the cost of undergraduate tuition. Certainly, it's a good deal, cheaper than UT Austin.
But anyhow, I need to go get some water. Let me go do that.
And if you're not going into an undergraduate, if you're in the Dallas area, there's always the Period Museum.
Yeah, the Pro Museum?
Yeah.
That's, is that the one where they've got the big Alamosaurus mount and the Tyrannosaurus next to it?
Yeah, and then I believe they're the ones that also describe the new quote T-Rex. That was like it was like Ichthyosaur or one of the marine.
Oh yeah, the Mosasaur.
Yeah,
it was Tylosaurus Rex, right?
Yeah. I was trying to think of the words off the top of my head, but I was drawing a blank.
Yeah, that was in the news recently. I haven't even really covered that yet because I think that's while I've been in the field this summer.
I spent a lot of time with her when I had my first fall.
Who is this?
Amelia
Zietlow, yeah. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Take care of me,
nice.
She got, it was like, okay, we'll get you a splint. Got me to the airport.
Yep.
But she's a good Wisconsin paleontologist. She loves her Wisconsin.
Is she from there originally?
Yeah.
I wonder what part.
She's back
Interesting.
there now, but she's tied in the museum. She's doing good, and
nice.
PhD is American Museum of Natural History.
Yeah.
She's a top drawer scientist. And a nice person. Taking care of this crippled old man.
And thank you, Emily. That does sound like a good resource. But the best piece of advice that I can give to anybody who's looking to try to find a school, like an undergrad school in particular, for paleo, is start talking to people. Start sending emails out. And that's how I ended up at Montana State. There was a program there, a really vibrant program when I started at least, in dinosaur paleontology. And, the level of prestige of the school, I think, it's kind of a red herring. It's like, oh, Montana State. Isn't that a cow college? Well, sure, whatever. It's not the most prestigious school, but when I was there, it's associated with Museum of the Rockies. That's where I was trained as a dinosaur paleontologist. So within a couple days of my moving to Montana, I was already there in the lab, prepping dinosaur fossils and talking with the paleontologists there, and then that got me a spot on a field crew during my first summer in Montana, and I was off to the races, getting involved with fieldwork, lab work, research, outreach. Don't worry too much about whether a school is famous or, whether it's that's a third-rate college. No, don't worry about that. If you know what you want to do, if you know you're interested in, say, paleontology, look for schools that excel in that, schools that might have an associated museum. They have paleontologist professors. They have opportunities for fieldwork and research and lab work. That's what you really want. You know, I know people who have gone to the most prestigious schools in the U.S. and ended up basically just twiddling their thumbs the whole time and didn't actually get involved with fieldwork, research, lab work, any of that. And they get this slip of paper that says, yeah, I graduated from this place, but they'll never get a job because they didn't actually do the work in those fields. They don't have any experience, you know? In paleontology, maybe more so than in other fields, it's your level of experience. What have you done and who do you know? That turns out to be much more important than like, oh yes, I went to Princeton, you know? Not to rag on Princeton, but need an example. Anywho, yeah. And Dr. Terminator says, I'm curious if it would be smart to volunteer in the field before I go full-on university to have experience, to already know a thing or two. That's never a bad idea, yeah. If you have an opportunity to join a field crew, you will meet people, you will get advice, you will be so much better set up than if you kind of go in blind. So yeah, I highly encourage you to do that. I can't emphasize this heavily enough. Drop everything and go volunteer on a field crew. If you can do that, it will open up so many doors to you. Or failing that, not even a field crew, but like if you can volunteer in a lab, if you can just talk with some paleontologists, you know. In my experience, that is the most important things, to get involved with stuff, you know. So yeah. And there you go, Golganek, yeah. Man, that was wild, meeting Dilophosaurus for the first time. The one good skeleton in the world. I got to do that in high school, and it was... That was transcendent. It's like, I almost cried. And Drunky Kong says it's like taking a discovery flight before dropping 12,000 on private pilot's license. There you go, yeah. I like that analogy. Ah. 4 o'clock, all right. And Darth Jace, Matt Dilophosaurus. I worked with the holotype specimen of Dilophosaurus when I was in high school at Berkeley, at the University of California Museum of Paleontology. That's where the holotype specimen is. It was in the laboratory when I was there. They were working on repairing parts of it and kind of shoring it up. If you see photos of the holotype now, that holotype skull, the only one that has a crest, there are these plastic acrylic supports that are there glued into the middle of the antorbital fenestra to keep the whole thing from falling apart. And I was involved with some of that, helping hold things in place while, who was working on that? I think it was Pat and, was it Sarah? Sarah Werning? I forget who I was helping out with that, but that was kind of crazy. Like me as a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed high schooler, going and volunteering in the museum, and like, here is the only good specimen of Dilophosaurus in the entire world. This is a dinosaur that's been made famous by the first Jurassic Park film. It's my favorite dinosaur for a while when I was a kid. And here I am as a high schooler getting to help work on this specimen. That was extraordinary, you know? I'll never forget that for as long as I live. Pretty special. There's a reason why I wanted to spend, you know, every weekday that I wasn't in school, and I don't tell my parents, but some of the weekdays that I was supposed to be in school, I'd hop on the train and go to Berkeley and go hang out with the paleontologists and help curate fossils and repair them and do work around the collections and in the lab, and just, you know, spend time with fossil researchers. We go out to lunch and I get to pick their brains about whatever I was curious about with regard to fossil science. That changed my life. That's the reason why I am where I am today, is volunteering at a paleontology museum when I was in high school. It opened up doors to me. It was a huge deal for me as a kid. So that's the best piece of advice I can give anybody, is get involved. If you want to become part of paleontology, if you want to do this kind of work, just start doing it. You don't necessarily need any experience or let alone a degree or anything in order to first get started. Just do it. Just jump in. So, yeah. I hope that's useful advice to somebody watching right now. And then this is holotype is shorthand for this'll do. No, a holotype specimen. I know you're making a joke there. The holotype specimen is the original. It's the one that bears the name. It's like, here's a new species of dinosaur, or a new genus of dinosaur. Oftentimes, same thing. Most dinosaur genera are monospecific. Here's the first example of this thing. We're going to name it. Here's what that name is based on. This is the original, the OG Dilophosaurus. And still the only good skeleton in the world. That's the one that I got to work on at Berkeley as a high schooler. So yeah, and Vivid Ghost, thank you for the support. I really appreciate that. Yeah. And you bet, Dr. Tara. I'm so excited for you. You've got, oh man, the world's your oyster. You know, get involved, do cool stuff. Just dive headlong into paleontology. It sounds like you've got the curiosity and the knowledge to go far with this. So don't hesitate. Start sending emails out, and yeah. Oh, and look who it is over there. Well, well, well. Excellent. If it isn't Paleo Ken and Uncle Don. Good to have him back. Well, well, well. If it isn't some interlopers from civilization.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
Civilization's already a distant memory.
Good to see you, Ken. Good to see you, Don. How are things?
You guys are the only place in eastern Utah that is not covered by smoke.
Well,
it's pretty smoky, but
I know,
yeah.
but it's just like everywhere else.
Everything else is just.
Other ones are like you barely see the end of the valley.
Oh boy. Well, that might be us tomorrow. We'll see. Anyway, welcome back.
There's one extra vehicle here that I wasn't expecting. To figure out who it is.
Oh yeah, yeah. We had a couple new people just show up in the last few days.
I knew Grace was there.
Yeah. Nathan's here too. And Margaret of Lancre says, did they bring frozen popsicles? I don't think so. And I doubt that they brought my Flintstones chewable morphine either. Oh well. Can't win them all. But yeah. And Mayor Space says, anybody who comes bringing food is not an interloper. Agreed. Yeah. No, it's good to have them here. And not even watermelon? I don't think so, Emily, no. I'm sure Don did bring a bunch of food and ice and stuff to resupply us. He definitely did. But I don't know if he got any watermelon. Yeah. And yeah. Return of lentil curry, yeah. We did have curry last night, which was actually really nice. Vegetable curry. I got to help make that. And just to give you a sense of our frugality and resourcefulness here, we had broccoli pasta the other night. So like Alfredo sauce, I think rotini or rigatoni, or penne, it was penne. Penne pasta, Alfredo sauce, and then the broccoli florets. Rather than throwing away the stems of the broccoli stalks, we kept those in the fridge for several days. And then that got thrown into the curry last night just to add some extra heft to it. And you know what? It was good. Waste not, want not. We use every part of the broccoli out here, which I suppose is the vegetarian turn on using every part of the buffalo. We use every part of the broccoli out here, including the rubber band. We don't eat it, but it's useful. Who throws away broccoli stems? I've seen that happen so many times, Margaret. Yeah. And the stems are supposedly more nutritious than the florets. I didn't know that. Cool. And Akira Clips says, is there a difference between suffix names for dinosaurs, like a saur versus saurus? Yes. Let me drink some water first, and then we'll get into that. So when we're talking about dinosaur names, I'll show you an example. Like, say, Gastonia. There we go. Gastonia burgii. This is the genus name, and that is the species name. So it's just like Homo sapiens, or Tyrannosaurus rex, or Canis lupus, the wolf, or Escherichia coli, E. coli bacteria. This is a scientific binomial. Genus name. You can have several different species within a genus. So like Triceratops horridus and Triceratops prorsus and Triceratops which hasn't been named yet, but hopefully should be. Intermediate between those two. Genus name, species name. For a lot of dinosaurs, the genus name ends with saurus. Obviously not every dinosaur name. Gastonia doesn't end in saurus. But anytime you hear something saurus, that's a genus name. If I say Tyrannosaurus, then we know it's that genus. Tyrannosaurus rex is the best known and possibly only species in that genus so far. We will have other ones named eventually. There's going to be stratigraphic variation and stuff. But anyway, Tyrannosaurus rex. Tyrannosaurus is the species. Tyrannosaurus is the genus. Rex is the species. Tyrannosaurus is that particular genus. If I say Tyrannosaur, that could be any member of that family. Or any member of that like superfamily, Tyrannosauroidea. So if you hear me say something like an ankylosaur, Gastonia is a kind of ankylosaur. Oftentimes when I say ankylosaur, people in the chat go, "Oh, cool, you have an ankylosaurus?" No, that's not what I said. Ankylosaurus is it's a particular genus of ankylosaur. It's one kind of ankylosaur. Lots of different members of the So if you hear me say ankylosaur or tyrannosaur, know that I'm just referring to Tyrannosauroidea. These are different tyrannosaurs. They're here. Teratophonius and Tyrannosaurus are both tyrannosaurs. If I say iguanodont, that means that's a member of that family. Different from iguanodon, which is a particular genus. It's much more specific. Here's a stegosaurus. Is this starting to make sense? I hope so. What a beautiful stegosaurus illustration, by the way. And if you say mosasaur, a particular genus of mosasaur. There's Mosasaurus hoffmanni. There's several other species of Mosasaurus, I think. But yeah. And grammarology, there you go, Emily, yeah. And theropod, tyrannosaur, same thing, says Darth Chase. No, so theropods also include birds. Theropods are all of the two-legged meat-eating dinosaurs and their descendants. So these are all theropods here. Every single one of these. Tyrannosaurs are a particular group of theropods, you know? So, yeah. That would be a bit like saying, dog, Doberman Pinscher, same thing, same exact thing. All dogs are Doberman Pinschers. No, they're not. all Doberman pinchers are dogs, but not all dogs are Doberman pinchers. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Megrat of Lancre says, nomenclature is where I would have failed becoming a paleontologist? No, I mean, that's the thing, is that I often forget how arcane some of this stuff seems. Like, I'll be rattling off these terms, and to me, it's just, you know, super obvious. It's like I'm talking about my friends' names or something like that. I fail to remember sometimes that it's like speaking another language, you know? I've been using these terms since I was a little kid. Theropod, sauropod, non-euceropodon sauropodomorph. These are terms that, you know, are super familiar to people like me. Same with Tyrannosaur versus Tyrannosaurus versus Tyrannosaurus rex. This is all, it's just second nature. So I have to stop and remind myself that not everybody knows these things. Not everybody grew up with these terms. But if you get into a field like paleontology, the more you read, the more you talk with folks, the more you listen to presentations and you get absorbed into the literature and everything else, the more you kind of learn that language, the easier it becomes to think in those terms. You become fluent in it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's not rocket surgery. Like, if you get into this kind of thing, you'll learn it. And you won't even realize you're learning it. It'll just become second nature. Fluency. Yeah. But yeah. Anywho, Dino language, says Tommy T-Rex. Kind of, yeah. Yeah. Do we have a clip for rocket surgery? That's funny. Yeah. But everyone has to start as a beginner. Exactly, Lunapath, yeah. I may have had an advantage there in that as I was learning to read, I was also learning these terms. So, you know, there was very early immersion for me as a kid. I have been utterly obsessed with dinosaurs since the time that I was very small. And, yeah. It certainly helped me absorb these things more easily. So, yeah. Anyhow. That being said, not everybody finds it super easy to remember all these terms. Yeah. Jim, I think I remember you saying that sometimes remembering the names of certain genera and different terminology and stuff can be a little tricky. Like, not everybody grasps that as easily.
No, well,
you've got the info, but sometimes
we all have different skill sets. Some people remember names of everything they ever see. Other people never can remember names. I mean, it's, you know.
And some people can see a bit of morphology, like, you know, what's the shape of on this particular thing? They can just imagine that in their heads after only seeing it once. It's the shape of a fossil. And that's not me, you know? Sometimes I remember the terms much better than I remember the images.
Brought up that idea before,
but yeah, I don't know.
Well, I didn't know.
Different people, their brains work differently, and that's a beautiful thing.
Things would be better.
Yeah.
You just learn to ask for help.
I'm horrible.
So, I mean, what do you think? You don't see any bone structure in there, but it's just a real weird thing. Like something that.
And Baino says, oh, welcome, by the way. Good to see you again. What's the best way to get into paleontology later in life? I was just talking about this. Sorry, let me go do the spiel again, I guess.
Insane.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, so, yeah, Ken, you're kind of doing this right now, actually. Like,
don't do it.
So Ken here is, what, 29, right?
Yeah.
So,
That's not really later in life.
It's a joke. I'm not 29.
Oh, man.
Wait, then how old are you?
39.
Wait, what?
I don't think so. I think
What do I not look?
No, you don't look.
It helps if you see the grays. There are a lot of
Now I
grays.
see the
Yeah.
grays,
Yeah.
With the hat on, I thought you were in the mid-20s. I am.
My genes have been nice to me because I have not been. So.
Yeah. Anyhow.
Yeah.
And Don here is in his 30s at this point. Yeah.
49. And
where's that advice?
I just find that if
Yeah.
everyone just tells you you're insane and you don't do it and then you still decide, it's probably better than people like sugarcoating.
There you go. Yeah.
Sugarcoating the prospects because the prospects are not good. So.
Yeah. It's like when you go to a rabbi and you're like, "Can I convert?" And they're like, "No." You have to go back 3 times before they finally say yes. Which I feel like now that people know that, maybe it's a little bit less effective. But anyway, they're supposed to turn you away.
I didn't know about that. So
that's totally a thing. Yeah. Fun fact. But yeah. Anyway, the best piece of advice that I can give to anybody who's looking to get involved with fossil science, no matter what age you are, is just do it. I think, for whatever reason, a lot of people assume that you need to have a degree to do this kind of work, to come out here and excavate fossils and collect data and contribute to the progress of fossil science, this grand edifice of scientific endeavor. Like, oh, you must have a PhD. Not necessarily, no. There are people in this quarry who are PhD paleontologists and have been doing this for 50 years. People in this quarry who are literally high school students. We have a high school student in the quarry right now. This is his first time ever doing field work like this. We need volunteers. That's what I think a lot of folks don't realize. Paleontology in general is a severely underfunded discipline, and so we rely on volunteer labor to be able to get anything done much of the time, whether it's field work or work in the laboratory or work in collections. Much of what we do is dependent upon free labor from volunteers. So if you're in a financial position to be able to work unpaid for a couple weeks, I would highly encourage you to maybe seek out a field crew if you want to be able to do this kind of thing. There are all kinds of different programs throughout Utah, throughout the United States, throughout the world, where they could potentially really use your help. If you're willing to put up with the kinds of conditions that we have to deal with out here, desert heat and wind and dust, and no flush toilets and no running water and internet. Encourage you to do that. There's so many opportunities available, and you don't have to do that necessarily for several weeks at a time. There are operations when you can pay to dig for a day or something just to see if you think you might enjoy it. So Jim was just talking about this yesterday, how out in Fruta they've got a program where you can do kind of training wheels field paleontology.
A lot of supervision, and it's a great experience. Incredible quarry, big dinosaurs.
Yeah.
This was the one I've had.
So this is the Dinosaur Journey Museum?
Dinosaur Journey.
Yeah.
And they have a summer program that runs from really late May all the way up into the beginning of September.
Shoot.
Yeah.
That's excellent.
Every week.
Uh-huh.
As long as it hasn't changed, which I don't think it is, I would recommend it because that was my first experience in paleo.
Yeah. And there's several different programs like this around the country. Burpee is still doing that, right? Where they're
That's how they run their dig, and they do that one from about mid-May to the end of June.
Yeah.
In that season, so it's
they've got to have those big industrial lands.
Who was running that farm?
I heard a name, it's just not somebody I know. And Georgia gave them a permit, so that's their business, not mine. So she was happy with the person.
Yeah. If you have somebody contacting you, Jim, just hypothetically, to want to come out and dig for the first time, if they say that they've done a program like that and done well in it, are you more likely to accept them as a volunteer?
Well, Mike, it's we like to get an idea, It's very, depends on the case and things like that.
Yeah.
We really, we love students and people that are trying to do things, and actually younger people tend to be really good, because they take directions where, folks that, my age, we do know everything already.
Of course. So they can't be told how to work,
we sometimes are a little tougher to deal with, surprisingly.
Can't teach an old dog new tricks.
But, we really love having students, to give students an opportunity to be part of the real deal, because this is the real deal. And we do need help. There's no question. We need manpower, but you got to have, if people aren't skilled, and know what they're doing and have done it for some years, we need a certain level of supervision for each person.
Sure.
That's why we don't do the for pay digs where people come off the street.
Yeah.
Because when I ran one of those programs for a decade.
Yeah.
And I had a lot of good volunteers, and our dig was very close to town, so my volunteers are 10 minutes from their houses to the quarry. But I had one person really skilled for every 3 people that were paying.
Wow.
And you can't do that everywhere. But that's how they run their program.
Right.
So you really do get good supervision. And there's very important fossils in that site. So and keep you out of trouble. Yeah, no doubt about it. It's a good program, and there's many others. Clint Boyd, North Dakota.
North Dakota Friends of Paleontology, I think
No,
they call it?
no, it's North Dakota Geologic Survey.
Oh. NDGS Friends of Paleo, I think, which is sort of like UFOP.
Pay to digs out of.
They do, but it's through there's like a non-profit add-on organization. It's like UFOP.
I don't know how it's organized, but Clint Boyd, who's the state paleontologist, soon to be the state geologist, put that put it together, and it's helping fund the work in North Dakota.
Yep.
We were running programs in Mexico. We did Mongolia. Did a lot of programs in Mexico every year, and helped support the beginning of the paleo programs in Coahuila, Mexico, and they now have the second largest natural history museum in Mexico.
Yeah.
And that was all out of our programs down there that we did.
All built on volunteer labor. That's I'm not making things chat. Volunteer labor is extremely important to our field.
There's so little money. It's no museum practically in the world has the money to pay everybody.
Right. Yeah.
Which is sad. I guess you're in a place where you pay some people a few bucks a day to pay someone to do this at 100-something degrees. No, you're not going to pay enough people to make it practical.
Kitty Cat Meow says, does the team stay on site overnight or commute to a nearby town? We camp here on site. So our camp is just over the ridge over there. So yeah. How long, Crystal?
3 flipping weeks. Because we're alive.
Thank you, yeah. But yeah, Crystal's gonna get to leave tomorrow and go get an actual shower and use a flush toilet and everything else.
Nice. Even a real bed.
Yeah, shoot. Yeah. But
trying to get a degree out of it.
Yep. So, yeah, but I don't know. I've been out here for 3 weeks too at this point. Not had a shower, not used a flush toilet in 3 weeks. You get used to it after a while, and I do, bathe. I'm still trying to stay very clean. Use wet wipes and Don's pretending I don't smell good.
Always dapper.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Jim.
Me, always falling apart.
I mean, I hope I'm as put together as you are after 50 years of doing this, Shoot. But yeah, it's only been 15 years now for me. 15 versus 50.
54.
That's a big difference. Here's Don playing our favorite song right now.
Theme to The Exorcist.
Nice.
That was Tubular Bells. Remember that? Theme to the...
It's funny to see you clean shaven all of a sudden.
Yeah, when I'm out here it doesn't bother me, but when I get home...
Oh yeah. No, I'm the same way. I haven't trimmed my beard properly. I'm still trying to shave around, but I'm sure it's looking real bushy right now.
Yeah, I just put on some chapstick and it was completely melted.
drinkable
So,
chapstick.
so like stand on my hands. Now I'm like, okay.
Great. But anyway, yeah, we could not afford town every day, and like do what? Just like hotels are out of the question. If we were to all stay in hotels every night, this would be like 10 times as expensive as it is. We have to be able to camp on site in order to be able to afford to do this kind of work, if that makes sense. And beard looks great. Thank you, Tommy T-Rex. I appreciate that. Yeah. Ode to tinnitus. I like that. Yeah. So yeah, if I walk up this little ridge, you can probably see our camp. Let's walk up to the top of that. And then you might be able to see our camp in the distance when we turn around. Careful not to step on the dried moss or the cryptobiotic crust. Here we go. So we are desert rats out here. There is our desert camp. There's actually my tent and my Toyota Prius right out there, right in the center. If you look just above that, you see those portable garage structures. That's our main camp. There's a camp trailer next to it where we have our little propane-powered refrigerator. We've got our little propane stoves and propane accessories. And the big plastic bins that we keep the pasta in and all the cans like that. That's all over there in camp. We have our tents kind of scattered around there. And yeah, Nick actually brought a trailer for himself this year. He's moving up in the world. Got his own camp trailer. Luxury. I don't have that, but I've got a big old canvas tent that I love, and it served me very well for many years out here in the field. You do have to have, if you're going to be out here for like, you know, multiple weeks to multiple months, you got to have a really sturdy canvas tent, because nylon tents will just get kind of wrecked by the UV. They might last a season if you're lucky, maybe 2 if you're very lucky, very clever about repairing them when things go wrong. But really a canvas tent is the way to do it out here. Those other tents get destroyed by the wind. We get winds here that will snap a fiberglass pole in half. They'll tear the nylon on a tent fly and, you know, rip the stakes right out of the ground. So having a big sturdy canvas tent is really the way to go if you're going to kind of live out here for months at a time, like some of us do. But yeah. And did you get the 10-gallon Apocalypse macaroni and cheese bucket? We did not, Mayor Space. Those are too expensive. They're more expensive than just buying boxed macaroni and cheese, because, you know, you're paying the prepper gullibility tax when you buy stuff like that, as I understand it. Yeah. I don't know if we'd go through 10 gallons of macaroni and cheese anyway. At least not in one sitting. Yeah, we don't have that kind of upfront money to like buy huge tubs of food. We buy little things for cheap when we can get them. I think they usually do like a Costco run, so like a wholesale, you know, warehouse. They'll go there and they'll try and buy things in bulk, but, you know, not the big 10-gallon buckets. Yeah. Anyhow. And do you ever sleep in that heat? It does cool down a bit at night. I think to like 79 degrees last night. 79 degrees Fahrenheit, thankfully. I got a little electric fan this year. New addition to my camp setup, to my my home away from home. Man, that thing is nice. Not only does it help circulate the air and cool me down a little bit while I'm sleeping, I can hang it from the ceiling of the tent, so it blows right on me. But also, just that noise is pleasant. Helps me sleep, having a little bit of white noise. I didn't realize how nice it would be. That thing is wonderful. Take that with me every field season from now on. Another thing that really helps is I got a cot so that I can stow gear underneath it in the tent. And the cot is fairly comfortable. And then rather than having a sleeping bag, I just have a little sheet set that is like, it's sized perfectly for that cot. Because a sleeping bag is too warm out here for 90% of the nights. Maybe we'll get 1 or 2 nights when it maybe dips closer to 60 degrees, but for the most part it's like in the high 70s every night. And yeah. It's nice to have a little cot with some sheets on it. And Margaret of Lancre says your only power source is propane generators? No, so we actually have solar power for that. Here's my setup over here. This is what I brought from home. This is how I'm powering the satellite dish right now, and this is how I recharge my streaming batteries. And my phone and all my other gear is with solar panels. And then there is the solar generator underneath. So this sort of thing was not cheap, but we ran a little fundraiser subathon a little while ago, a few years back. And so it's due to the generosity of this community that I was able to buy that and those solar panels. And that's why I can also afford to have satellite internet out here. And that's how I can broadcast to you live from middle of nowhere, Utah. Yeah. A hammock in my office on campus, that's nice, Emily, that's really cool. I've tried sleeping in a hammock in the field before, and usually it doesn't work. Because one thing that you'll notice out here, there's no trees, so where are you going to hang up a hammock? Jim, have you ever done hammock camping in the field before?
Have I used a hammock?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I've used them in Mexico, but generally more on the beach kind of thing.
There you go, where you've got trees that you can hang them from.
Hammock,
yeah.
But
Can
I
you
don't
just
use it.
turn into a sweat sausage out here?
You probably would, yeah.
You would.
Oh no, good Mexican. That's open.
I really thought about bringing my hammock stand, and I was like, no, probably not.
Yeah.
It's like
You would need a stand
like
for it,
that,
yeah.
You know, that
Yeah.
bow.
Uh-huh.
You know, it's like, I don't think it would be good for you long term.
Yeah. Oh.
Hang out, comfort, but yeah.
So it's, yeah, I don't know, you adapt to whatever your local circumstances are.
You definitely want
Out here, a tent is nice. Also, we get some monsoonal rain every once in a while, and windstorms and stuff. It's nice to have a tent that you can treat to. If you just had a hammock out here, like in the middle of a thunderstorm, heavy rains, that would be no good. Although when we do get thunderstorms here and the lightning gets anywhere close, we all go retreat to the vehicles. As Jim says, this is generally a pretty benign place. There's not a lot of things that can kill you out here, but lightning will get you right quick. Nobody here, we don't want anybody here to be struck by lightning. So if we have any lightning strikes that are anywhere close to camp, we order everybody to go pile into the vehicles, and that'll keep you safe. They act like a Faraday cage. They'll that electricity around you, so hopefully nobody gets cooked. Have many venomous snakes around here. There's like 1 or maybe 2 species of rattler that we get in this part of the world. The common name for the rattler that we get out here most commonly is the, I wonder when they're going to change this because it's not the best sounding name. It is the midget-faded rattlesnake. Crotalus, what's the species name? Shoot. I forget. Somebody look it up. The midget-faded rattler, that's what it's called. They're really small. Yeah, and I don't think they're very aggressive. I haven't seen one so far this season, but a couple years back, we had 3 of them in camp on the last day. So sometimes they just show up out of nowhere. But yeah. Anywho, and not a whole lot of other venomous critters. We get scorpions out here, but they're not dangerous. We don't get like grizzly bears or moose or anything like that that can mess you up. There have been mountain lions spotted in this valley before, but I've never seen one or seen evidence of one, not even a track or a scat or anything. So they definitely don't want to be here while we're here. generally lightning's the only thing that you've really got to worry about. That and like be careful driving, because driving is always a hazard too. Yeah. Virtual IRL says, did you go scorpion hunting with a UV light? I haven't done that yet, but I do have my UV light out here. I let Kai borrow it a couple weeks ago, and he found a bunch of scorpions. But I have yet to do that. Haven't done it yet. Yeah. Cortalis concolor. Oh, interesting. Thank you, Claire. Yeah. And pronghorns. No, we get pronghorns here too, Claire. We saw some the other day. They don't like to hang out in here because there's no food in this little valley. But when we're driving out, going toward town, we usually see a pronghorn or two. Sometimes they're just standing under like the one tree in a given valley. Like, yep, there's the tree and there's the pronghorn exploiting that shade. Yeah, pronghorn are so cool. They're one of my favorite animals in North America. Yeah, they're really neat. Ugh. Get some more water. Ah. So, yeah. Got to do it and show photos of the scorpions. I mean, I don't know. I've seen so many of them nowadays that I don't really get excited about them anymore. I think it's the yellow desert scorpion or northern yellow scorpion or something. What's it called? I've got them on iNaturalist. Search for scorps. Scorpion. Here we go. Northern scorpion. This is the same species that I spotted up in Montana years and years ago. Let me zoom in. I know there's glare on this, but hopefully you can kind of see. Northern scorpion. They tend to be small, maybe about this big at the biggest. And in fact, I had one that was living under the tarp here. For the first week that we were out here, I'd see it every morning. And then maybe a mouse got it or something, because I haven't seen it since. But, yeah, they're around here. I don't get as excited about scorpions as other people get, I guess. But, yeah. But, yeah. And many coyotes out there, really? Mostly at night, says Zeeberg. I've not heard any coyotes at night yet, but I did hear some this morning. I think they generally stay pretty far away from us, but we'll hear them like in the next valley over. Yeah, there's so little food right here in this valley in Doling's Bowl that the largest mammal that I've seen that's not a person has been a desert wood rat. Maybe about this big from, or maybe this big from snout to tail. Yeah, not a whole lot of large multicellular life here. Not a lot of large unicellular life either, for that matter. But yeah. And you are food given the right circumstance, says Kofingaran. I mean, critters. They're generally very scared of people in this part of the world. Because the ones that aren't tend to get shot by folks. Coyotes have a rough time of it. And there you go, bunch. Yeah. We do get centipedes out here too. I've not seen one so far this summer, but I think I've seen some really small ones in the past. Yeah. And no turkey vultures at all. I saw one on the first day, Pate B. Again, it's desolate out here. We can go an entire day without seeing a single bird. And like we're outside all day and not seeing a single bird. It's nuts. This year there have been more birds. There have been some horned larks. And I see them most mornings and some afternoons too. I saw a rock wren the other day. I heard a raven yesterday right before lunch. It was hanging out somewhere over there. I didn't see it, but I could hear that very distinctive croaking call that ravens do. And then I saw a, oh goodness, what was it? I actually took a crummy picture of it and put it on iNaturalist. What kind of bird was that? It was a Say's Phoebe. I was just out here the other day. There's a crummy photo, but it's the best I could do before it flew off. Yeah. But that said, bird life also. This is not a great place for it. I would not send an ornithological expedition to Doling's Bowl. They would be very disappointed. So, that said, let me go close the trunk on that vehicle. The cooler is in direct sunlight. That thing's got to be, the ice has got to be melting inside. Yeah. Yeah. Who left this open? Goodness. I mean, Dawn hopefully did bring us a bunch more ice, but... direct sunlight. Ugh. Anyway, oh, looking good over here.
Hilly town.
Yeah, nice trench in here.
Tap that.
Lovely, yeah. That'll be good. Beautiful. Yes. Nice work. And then we've got another little bone right here, looks like.
Secret doggy.
Yeah. Secret bone.
Sneaky bone.
Good stuff. What you got there, Marcello?
Man, I got too much. In short, I got too much.
Yeah.
I've got this weird thing going on. I'm not sure what it is. Here's a long bone we might leave alone. I've got a big flat bone here, big wide flat bone up there. There might not be, these might be two floaters I have here. So nothing to worry about there. And then my rib, which is basically nearly buried right now. I'm gonna have to step over here to show y'all. But I've got a decent sized rib.
Yeah, look at that. Nice.
Running across a good separation. It's pretty solid, staying in place.
Lovely.
And then one more little tiny centrum or something.
Nice.
Right along
the bones galore over here.
Yeah, too many to deal with.
Yep.
I just wanna get to my jacket, and I can't.
Yeah, we don't want to have to leave this thing over the winter, but
it's much too
might
juicy.
happen. We'll see, because we only got 2 days after today.
Yeah.
2 more days of digging.
Right. So I don't know how I'm gonna keep up with all this, but
Yeah.
I'm definitely willing to stay late to do it.
Okay.
So that might be what I do.
Yeah.
What time we got now?
It is 4:45 or thereabouts. 4:42.
Yeah, 4:42.
Yeah.
So maybe something like 2 more hours to work on everything if I stretch it out.
Yeah.
I gotta jacket something, I think.
6:45.
I gotta leave with something.
Yep.
Should I draw it or just put a dot? I think you can just put a dot. It wasn't that big, was it?
Yeah. So we had a question, do we spend much time in Moab? We had a couple weeks ago, we went to Moab for the afternoon, and that was nice. I love the bookshop there. I always make sure I go. And they had a new pressed penny machine, so I went to that. But for the most part, we're spending all of our time here in the quarry that we can.
Stack the curbidize.
And then what was our other question?
Where were they first described?
How do they get the bones out, like the big ones? So we do that by jacketing them. So,
I'm not sure.
oh nice, Don's taking over this area over here. so I don't have to worry about it. Excellent. Yep.
Reoccupying.
I've been displaced. But I don't mind. I'm streaming anyway. Oh, it's okay, yeah. Thank you, Ken. Yeah. What was the question? Oh yeah, how do we get these things out of the ground? So via jacketing. We levitate them, yeah. Use the force, Jim.
The force.
Yeah, just like in Star Trek.
Bam! And I have the fossil man.
Nice. I wish we could do that. No, but the way that it works is we'll expose the aerial extent of the bone. So we dig around it, we find the perimeter of it, and then we trench around it a bit to make a little pedestal, and then we jacket the top of it. Like that is potentially a nasal right there, which is extremely important. Guy did an excellent job with that jacket. So we cover it with layers of either plaster and burlap or gauze soaked in plaster, like this right here.
What are you pointing to there? Ken's pointing.
Oh, Ken's pointing to a bone.
I was wondering what that was.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Anyways.
What did you do?
Oh, it wasn't me.
So that's ideal. Look at how clean that is.
This right here? Yeah, this is superb. It's like slick rocks. You could ride a tiny bicycle all around
Not trenching around. She's taking it all down flat.
Yeah.
So that's what it is.
Yeah.
You're being complimented right now, Crystal.
What?
You're being complimented.
Oh.
On your digging prowess.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Put that on your internship form. She keeps a clean hole.
Pause.
So that to my being, he'd probably be like,
anyway, you cover the top of it with a what we call a plaster cap, like this. Then you continue to trench around. You make kind of a mushroom out of it, and then you flip it over. The fossil is gently cradled by the surrounding rock and by that jacket. And then you carve it down and you jacket the underside. So you end up with a fully cocooned specimen like this. It can be brought back to the laboratory all in one piece without crumbling. That's how we get these things out of the ground. So I hope that makes sense.
Oh, I had not seen it there, and then I walked over it and was like, oh.
I've shown a few of these so far this season. So yeah. And that's how the fossil doesn't crumble. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. And how do they know what the nasal is from? It looks like probably an iguanodontian dinosaur. That's mostly what we're getting here at this quarry, so if you find a bone, this is probably, but there's definitely exceptions. We've got some ankylosaur pieces, it looks like, coming out at the other end of the quarry. And we'll find what we've had from this site this year, which is kind of strange. Different from what we had over at Ethan's Wash right over there last year. So this place is called Jim's Place, this quarry that we're digging in. And this is an old quarry that Jim and Don were working back from about 2006 to about 2010. And then they started finding other things elsewhere throughout here and shifted focus. The site that I've been streaming from for the past 4 years out here was Ethan's Wash. And that's right where I'm pointing, right there. You see where there's that rock kind of slumping right there? That is from the wash. We call this a wash here in this part of the country. It's kind of like a gully, but when it rains, and when it rains here, sometimes you just get torrential downpours all of a sudden in this parched place. So rather than soaking down into the ground, like you might have in a forest or something, instead the water just runs over this hard-baked, hard-pan rock surface. So this is a wash right here. So this just kind of turns into a mini river when it's really, really raining. So this area is called Ethan's Wash because that's the wash, and Ethan found some stuff over here. But this is the spot where we were digging for the past 4 years. So long-time viewers might be feeling a little nostalgic like right now, like I am. But this big hole is what we were excavating for the past 4 years. And as you can see, this little pond that was there for the past couple weeks is now completely dried up, which is why I don't see the birds returning to this area, because there's no more water for them. But yeah, so this is our quarry for the past 4 years, but this year we moved over there. Yeah. It is home, yeah. In fact, I kind of miss this spot. Honestly, I like this spot more than Jim's place. I feel like we were getting better bones earlier in the season here. That's the thing when you site. Sometimes the bone is just right there where you left it, and sometimes you have to kind of deeper to find it, and that's what we did this year, and it took some time, you know? Yeah. And Howlier says, how many years do you think it'll take for the vibes you've gathered? Do you mean bones? The bones you've gathered from this dig to be fully processed? It'll take several years, yeah. So each of these jackets that we're collecting, each of these specimens has to go back to the laboratory, get opened up and cleaned, and then accessioned into a collections and all of that. This will take several years. Sometimes it's just Ethan and Dawn working in the laboratory, and they only work there, I think, a few days per week. So these things take time. This is a multi-year endeavor. The iguanodont dinosaur that we're digging up here, we have elements from it from here, lots of bones from here, lots of bones from there. I think bones from Dawn's place over there too. Hundreds and hundreds of bones. We'll mark them at different levels of priority. So like if we have skull bones, that's high priority. We want to get those things opened ASAP. Ribs, generally pretty low priority. Yeah, some of the vertebrae, fairly low priority. But you want the good stuff, like the skull bones, the limb bones, the hip bones. Those can be highly diagnostic. They can tell you a lot about what kind of animal this is, how it's related to its closest relatives, all that good stuff. Yeah. So we don't have very many jackets here right now because we've been putting them into the vehicle at the end of the day. But here are some of those finished jackets that are ready to take back. Here we go. I think these are all just from today.
Yeah, I worked with Jeff a fair amount back.
Yeah.
It was over 10 years ago now. Wow. We worked in Capital Reef together and Zion. Oh.
Anywho. So yeah, this stuff is slow and painstaking and careful. This is not like immediate returns kind of science. This takes years of work, dozens if not hundreds of people being involved with it. There's a lot that goes into digging up a dinosaur bone bed and describing a new genus or species from it. It's a lot of work. Yeah. And Zul says, can interns or volunteers help in the lab? Yeah, they do have interns and volunteers. Ethan is actually technically an intern. It's weird to say that because, like, sometimes I feel like intern, the word carries with it some connotation of, like, being, being somehow temporary or, like, small time. I don't feel like it has a lofty kind of connotation. So it's fun. He is a beast, but he's technically an intern. Yeah. And newbie, yeah, Ethan's definitely not that. He literally runs his own giant field operation, much bigger than this one, in Wyoming every year. That's where I was for the first 2 weeks in June. And Masonic says, do you think AI identification? No. I mean, it can't. That's kind of the thing, is that AI has to be trained on data that are already available. We're here at the cutting edge of science. We're here finding stuff that nobody's ever found before. And it's just way too complex for any kind of like LLM to be able to deal with. You know, when we are finding fossils in the ground, there's a zillion different ways that they can break apart and weather. This is the sort of thing that requires actual human understanding and judgment and skills. Like a glorified autocomplete is not going to be even the tiniest bit helpful for something like this. It would just be a huge waste of time. Yeah. And again, like, we're dealing with new species here. So, like, the shapes of some of these bones are going to be... They're going to be new, I guess? That shouldn't have that much of a... That's irrelevant. The subtleties, the subtle differences between this critter and previously discovered iguanodonts aren't really going to matter that much. It's just, when you're digging things up in the field... the bone often looks exactly like the rock around it. The differences are very, very subtle. And as you're uncovering it, you don't know the full shape of it. It would be like trying to identify a photograph based on a single pixel, if that makes sense. Maybe that's not a good analogy. But anyway, AI is not up to the task for this kind of thing. Yeah. How many days left on this dig? Only 2. After today. Today's Monday, then we've got Tuesday, Wednesday. On Thursday, we're going to be wrapping things up. I probably won't stream then, because we're not going to do much actual digging then. Although we'll see. And then Friday morning, we take off. Head back to civilization. Yeah. And Masonic says, makes sense with something that could truly be a new thing. I mean, the new thing is almost irrelevant. Like... Let me show you what some of these bones look like in the quarry, and maybe you'll understand. Because it's, you have to be able to, like, pick these things up and turn them over in your hand, or you have to be able to, like, bend down and see the texture, or feel the difference with the tip of your ice pick between the rock and the bone. It's a very intuitive kind of thing. Yeah, I don't even know where you would start with, like, an LLM. It just sounds like a fool's errand. But let's go take a look. I'll show you what some of this bone looks like in the ground, if I can peek in here. So, the work that Ethan is doing right here, where he's using that ice pick to move that rock, as he's doing that, it takes a lot of finesse. So he's feeling through like this, and he's echolocating at the same time. He's smelling. But no, I don't know. I know that's all the rage nowadays, like, oh, AI this, AI that, like, help identify things from images. That would be utterly useless in a scenario like this.
We are the AI.
We are the actual intelligence.
Scanning, bone scanning, scanning.
Yeah.
Bone detected.
And what do dinosaur bones smell like? Asks random fox girl.
Horrible. They smell horrible. You would never want to try.
That's why we wear nose plugs all day.
How does a fox smell?
Isn't there a song about that?
What does the fox smell?
Yeah. It's funny, in the Hell Creek, Ethan, you know how, like, dinosaur bones in the Hell Creek actually do have kind of a smell sometimes?
Ooh, I don't know if I've encountered that.
No?
Interesting.
Yeah, so I've been working at, like, trike sites before.
Yeah.
You get really, really good preservation, and it's like, they smell kind of musty sometimes. Like, they do kind of smell like a dead animal.
That is crazy. I gotta try that out.
Yeah, it's not always, but, like, times.
You ever tasted them before?
No.
Oh yeah, no, that
But they do sometimes have, like, a weird smell.
I would never have guessed. That's amazing. I gotta smell that next time I'm up there.
It's subtle, but it's like, sometimes it just kind of hits you in the face, and you're like, what is that?
Yeah. Not what you're expecting when you're digging up a 66 million year old dino.
Mm-hmm.
That's nuts. That's bananas.
And I can't say for sure that's actually from material in the bones themselves, maybe it's something to do with like, oh, these plants are sending roots down there, and
Oh,
something like that.
Trapped,
But
kind of moldy. Maybe.
sometimes, yeah. But
Moisture stuck down.
I've heard other people say like, no, that definitely is organic material that you're smelling from the Cretaceous.
That is crazy.
And Nick is skeptical, but
I think on the hierarchy of things, they're more realistic.
What's that?
On the hierarchy of you're probably smelling more contemporary.
Could be. I don't know. But Clausen, preparator at Badlands Museum, and he's like, yeah, a lot of this stuff is not very permineralized at all. So, like, there's already a lot of the original hydroxyapatite that's still there. People like Mary Schweitzer claim to have gotten collagen out of this stuff, which you already know about. Proteins and things like that. So.
I hear a lot of people saying that more and more. That in some formations, right? It depends on the.
And
formation.
the Hell Creek and the Judith primarily here in the U.S.
Because in the Morrison, it's like the bones weigh 100 pounds.
Yeah.
You know, each bone's like 50 pounds, and it's solid black, and all the pores are filled with quartz and stuff, or calcite or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But in the Hell Creek, it looks like a bone, feels like a bone.
And that texture on the inside is
looks like modern bone.
Exactly. Yeah. So. Yeah. Anyway.
And it's related to birds.
Then it might be a dinosaur.
Might be a bone.
Probably an amphibian.
That's actually how we find dinosaurs, is by smelling them, right? I'm going to start doing that. We're going to pioneer something.
We're all part bloodhound. It's a
bloodhound gang.
Secret
qualifier, baby. Ain't nothing but bones. So we're buried in the Cretaceous, smelling like mold.
There you go. We missed your songs, Ethan.
Aww.
Back home, I've got a bunch of those clips. People like to clip when you sing things.
Really?
And then those are part of my clips highlight reel that I play at the beginning of some streams. There's a lot of Ethan's songs.
Really?
Yeah.
That's sweet.
No, it is.
They call me the songbird of this generation.
The Cedar Mountain Chickadee, Ethan Cowgill.
Yeah.
The North Dakota duck.
Fisher's doing his best raccoon impression right now. Claire says, we particularly enjoyed your Barrett's Privateers parody.
What's that? It's like a shanty?
Yeah, the Fire No Guns, Shed No Tears.
Oh, that's crazy. That's funny. That's funny.
That's one of those favorite clips.
Nice.
Yeah. Anyhow.
Spring and joy.
Oh yeah.
Wherever we go.
Always. Thanks, guys. Nice. A good flip here.
I hope so.
Oh, is this?
Right now I'm just capping.
We'll see.
Oh, that's Ethan's flip.
Yeah.
They wouldn't say in Green River.
Marcello looks like he's ready to join some sort of militia group here.
Oh yeah, that's right. I know. I'm staying covered.
Camo balaclava. That's a look, man.
Necessog militia. It's a little Necessog militia. Yes.
Yeah, I know you are.
Yeah, I'm not inhaling as much smoke or dust.
There you go. Yeah.
Thanks to this.
Don't have to smell the rest of us as much.
Don't have to smell people. I'm covering up the back of my head.
There you go.
Sun protection.
Keeping your identity secret from whoever's watching.
Whoever's watching, you can't see me.
Yeah, you can't see Marcello Toscadini's face right now at all.
No, not at all. Was I even here? I'm like a ghost. But yeah, I'm just trying to put a fat cap on this pile of bones right now, and then I can work a little bit more quickly around it. So
Nice.
Here goes nothing.
Around the nail too. That's tricky.
I know, right? I got
Yeah.
this high level. Oh
my god.
high level escape here. Yeah, high level excavation.
Good stuff. Starwolf says he's almost like Snake Eyes from G.I. Joe. Yeah.
People say that all the time.
Did he wear glasses too? I bet you he did.
Yeah, probably when he's reading,
Yeah.
chilling at home.
Snakes frequently wear glasses.
Their eyes are basically like glasses since they can't blink, and neither do
Yeah,
your glasses.
yeah. They've got those clear scales over their eyes.
Yeah. Fun fact: snakes can't blink.
Yeah, but legless lizards
They
can.
can't blink. They just doesn't look like they're blinking.
Fun fact.
Wait, what?
I'm wrong.
Okay, we need more
goggles. It's like equivalent to blinking.
It's like goggles.
Equivalent to blinking, but...
Oh, they blink like that.
Well, they don't have nictitating membranes. Or at least not, they don't move. But, yeah. Anyway.
We don't have nictitating membranes either.
I think they're not functional anymore. Some people have, what is it like? I forget what the structure is called, but a lot of mammals have like vestigial nictitating membranes.
Oh yeah, it doesn't do anything. I do. You know. But it's just, part of the eye rim. You know.
Yep. Yeah, but dinosaurs would have. Yeah, just like birds do today. And Cowardly Brave says bird songs are typically mating calls, right? How effective is Ethan's song then? Well, he's getting married at the end of the month, so I think pretty effective. Yeah. And Dan the BC Man says, are you in the field anywhere else in August, Danny, or home only? I'm going to be going home on Friday, or Saturday, really. It's a long drive back to California. But, no. This will be the end of my field trip for August. I think end of September I'm probably coming back out to Laurie's site. Anything you want me to find for you there, Jim? What would be the best Gastonia Laurie McWinier element to find?
Oh, there?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Maybe an intact skull?
More osteoderms. Just dorsal osteoderms.
That's an easy ask. I can find it.
Yeah, find a few.
Yeah.
Because, I really would like to look at them a little closer.
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to publish on them. That's his project, hopefully.
Uh-huh.
But I'd like to see how they compare to Laurie, Burgeye. I just don't think Laurie McWinier is Gastonia anymore.
Really? So you think it should be moved to a different genus?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that
it's got a lot
who named that, or was that you? Or both?
Carpenter.
Okay.
No, I wasn't in on that paper at all.
Gotcha.
But Ken, I was like, Ken, you really think that's Burgeye?
Uh-huh.
And Ken's, well, there's got to be other species of Burgeye. And but are they in the fossil record? Those look. There's a lot of differences, you know. And, you probably were hearing early on, that they were, about our Hoplitosaurus. There were species.
I still think you should give it a different genus.
Give it a different genus?
Yeah. Call you up and talk to you about this.
No, it's like,
have him plead
I
his
have
case.
a genus name in my head, ready to go.
How have you guys
You told me, I like it.
Yeah, it'd make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Flopping on it, it's like, some ways it would be, show them I'm not just a loose cannon, shares characters that only with that animal.
Sure, yeah.
That's clear.
Yeah.
But is that enough to be a genus?
I mean, I don't know. Most dinosaur genera are monospecific anyway. Like, naming a new species within a dinosaur genus, an existing one, is rare. And there's an argument to be made that, like, maybe you should never do that, but I don't know. Because
But like things like Camarasaurus, the Morrison.
Yeah.
You have, or Patasaurus. We have, numerous animals in a sequence that spans, several million years. Say the main dinosaur producing bed, 7 million years.
Uh-huh.
There's evolution in that thing. You're seeing anagenesis, and you're seeing animals. You can tell them apart, but overall, they're not that different from each other.
Yeah.
I think there's times, but in this stuff, we get these paleosols, and there's like, a million years between some of these layers, and stuff. So it's like, and millions of years potentially for some of them.
Yeah.
The whole thing is 45 million years, but it's not like a continuity necessarily.
Yeah.
Or it's different lenses. I mean, it's, as they say, we're all, here we're still looking up a learning curve and a half. But, we could end up with like a dozen genera, Polycanthine down the line, We just don't have, we're tightening it up, we're getting better. But this is, the new frontier,
Yeah.
But it's I'm flip flopping. We'll see. The paper's still. It's only 2/3 done.
Yep. Crimson says, "Don't ever say your new taxon name out loud. An entomologist will pinch it for a beetle or a wasp."
Yeah, or a beetle or a wasp.
Gotta watch out for those entomologists,
This one, the genus is being named for a person.
Yeah.
Family.
Puggo Wogo wants to know, how far along is the Utah Raptor Mega Block project right now?
Well, our problem right now is we're working on negotiations between our people, I mean the people above me, about transferring the block to the North Carolina Museum of Natural History for research. I'm retiring soon. And the chances we're going to hire a dromaeosaur expert,
very low.
There's no one here that I think is really qualified to work it.
Because it's a world-class specimen. You need somebody who's a specialist on that group.
Sistine Chapel too, and we have the people there. Both Lindsay Zano and James Napoli
in North Carolina,
are really talented.
Yeah.
And we have good people here, but no one's working on that kind of stuff.
Sure. Yeah.
And there aren't many people in the world, and they want a geologist. I'm a geological paleontologist.
So the person to have the Utah State paleontologist job after you retire
is a geological paleontologist, because geologic survey. They need people that can answer also geologic questions. It's not just pure. I'm just digging dinosaurs for the sheer joy of it. I'm trying to. We'll use dinosaurs to help solve geologic problems and questions in the state of Utah. So, we have somewhat of a different motivation than purely just adding to the lexicon of new animals, which I do. As you know, I publish a lot of stratigraphy. I'm studying the layers and putting the story together. And a lot of people work on a dinosaur and do nothing else but deal with different aspects. Look at Tyrannosaurus Rex. And man, there's a bunch of people not doing any geology tied to that animal.
They're biology-focused paleontologists.
Anatomy and I mean, it's and we need that too.
For sure.
I'm a total. We do need, but
you're
folks,
a geologist at heart.
Yeah, and those folks are working at med schools and vet colleges and things, and doing dinosaurs. On the side, what pays the bill is showing kids how to dissect cadavers.
We had another question here about how much time is represented in like 1 vertical centimeter of matrix here.
Well,
here it might be.
It might be like instantaneous. I mean, we probably have packages that could be up to half a foot, maybe even. I doubt any are thick as a foot. But packages during flood events that came in with and broken bones and sand mixed in with the clay, plant debris, and during these flood events it deposits some buried things that were laying there. And then for hundreds of years nothing happens. Another flood event, it dumps some sediment in, maybe overlapping in part, but maybe lateral to it. We're still working out, but the general pattern we're seeing are these slurry, unconfined flow packages where the things are coming in as a slurry. Because you don't see like ripple bedding and things. It's floating pebbles, floating bones. You see larger fracture patterns. And that's probably reflecting these events. Centimeter is like below our time estimate. The whole marsh, could be 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years.
And how would we go about testing that to actually figure out how much time is represented there?
It's tough. We may never be sure.
What are the odds we could find a zircon in this?
We've dated this. With the tridal zircons, we did a very rough, shot at it. Gary Hunt, working with Tim Lawton in New Mexico, and sampled right out of the bone bed, and basically got a rough date. It was clearly a bit young, because they weren't etching their zircons, and they didn't do Tims. But they got numbers out of here of 132, just doing, seat of the pants through a microscope laser ablation.
It's back in the envelope kind of deal.
You can almost automatically add 5 million to that, and then do other things to really hone in. But it showed before, when that was done, that was the oldest date we had in the Cedar Mountain. And they were wanting to publish on the media and said, well, that's really rough data. But it did show us that this stuff is older than we thought previously. And now, in here to get the detrital zircons and these kind of rocks, I think, are better in sands. And I think good thing is when you get these soils, because an ash, which is the date, comes down on that surface, that ash can get incorporated into the soil by insects and plants. And so you're looking at zircons are a detrital thing. So detrital zircons, we have zircons in here that are a couple billion years old.
Right. Yeah.
You got a whole spectrum, and you do the method often is 100 grains. Some people do 300.
So you just find the youngest
zircon also they'll look at it and see the spectrum of grains, and you can tell where the rocks came from.
Right. Yeah.
What river system, what dispersal system
where's the
brought them in, from, to this, and you can fingerprint packages. I mean, there's a lot you can do with this stuff.
Yeah.
But you look, the youngest peak. Right, the youngest grains, there's like a few grains. You say, we might have caught the ash that, at the end, and then when you do those laser what we do is we take a mount, put double stick tape on it, and then you do a scatter of zircons that stick to the tape.
Gotcha.
And when you're doing it, each zircon gets 8 tiny laser hits.
Okay.
And you're counting atoms. And it's just dump into it. Then you look, if it's a straight line, the angle, that probably means that the zircon's useless.
Oh, interesting.
It's going to always be weathered, but if it comes down at an angle and then levels, then the core of that zircon is probably representing an age of that zircon.
Gotcha.
Doesn't mean it's...
So it's not been busted open, like that zircon is intact.
Yeah, it's not even so much busted open, it's just long-term contamination, lead leakage, and, and they can do that with these 8 readings. So they go, beep, and then they know when they look back, they know the coordinates where that zircon is. So they can go back and they get under a microscope, lift that tiny zircon off, remount it onto a different substrate. Then they can get more serious, hopefully they did some nitric acid etching. Maybe weather it some more to get rid of any contamination. Then they got to take the entire zircon and count all the atoms, of the uranium versus lead, and you can get a much more resolved age.
Nice.
That's why it costs several $1,000 to get an age.
A lot of work, yeah.
Yeah.
Specialized equipment.
Yeah. It's
counting individual atoms.
A few labs, and some labs are better than others.
Yeah.
Any of the commercial labs, because they're all just going to be a ballpark number. And if you know nothing, that's good enough. But we're trying to get as high resolution information as possible. And then we have these soil that we think are tied to climate change. So we see a certain type of soil, we think that does correlate as much as certain species over biostratigraphy. That soil, the ironstone level or the histosol interval as a package represents a discrete time package. How long is it? We don't have the resolution, but it gives us ways to break up this pile and say, okay, we're looking at this assemblage of things associated with histosols. This is tied to the end of the histosol deposition, because we get histosol stuff forming reworked into it. So we know it's like,
was kind of the hard part, putting everything back.
and we can correlate this, and we got representation of this level all the way to the southern border of Utah now, and all the way up to Dinosaur National Monument. So it's pretty neat, and a lot more to do. We're just starting to learn, what questions we should be pursuing. And then we can figure out, okay, if we're going to pursue this question, what do we need to find?
That's exciting to be in that position where.
I'm old. I wish I was younger, because some of these questions are going to take decades to figure out. These young folks working in here.
You've set us up well to be able to do this, Jim. I really appreciate it.
It's the beginning, it's the beginning. But there'll be a lot of good stuff coming out in the future. I just, that's what we do. Pay it forward.
There you go. Thanks, Jim.
Bye.
I'm gonna go get some water. I'm parched right now.
Oh man.
But
my mouth's been so dry all day.
And that smoke isn't helping, I think. Yeah.
And this is like, it was way worse driving down.
Oh yeah. Hopefully we. Oh, we've got this nice little refugium here. Hopefully we won't just get choked full of smoke, but it might happen. Yeah. Barely. Yeah.
Oh, I know. I mean, I could barely see the Wasatch from like I-15. And
oh shoot.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Oof. Oh, let me go get some water. How's things going over here?
Okay, is this scrap even worth salvaging?
Maybe. Well, if there's another scrap right there, maybe you could just pedestal them all together.
So is it really worth salvaging? As I found it, then I shaved down the wall and such.
Let's go get some water. Yeah, gotta turn my solar panels too. It's getting late in the day. Sun is moving. Let's harness that power. There we go. Sun up there. Let's angle these toward it. Nice. That's a bit better. And let's get some water. Man, 5:20 already. Shoot. And it's still 105 in the shade. Hot, hot, hot. What's the elevation there? I don't know, Claire. Shoot, let me check real quick.
That little sternal,
Elevation. We're at about 5,000 feet? Yeah, so we're actually maybe even a little bit higher. I think we're about a mile high right now. About the same elevation as Denver, Colorado. Yeah, so lower than in Wyoming. Yeah, Wyoming is about 7,000. Yeah. And Drunky Kong says one of those panels is shading. They're just a little bit. I think it's going to be fine. We're still probably running at 100% on that solar battery. We'll see. I'm starting to get hungry too. I brought a protein bar, whatever. I might eat that. Little snack on stream. I never do. And yeah, we're at 97% right now with the battery, so we're doing well. Taking in 52 watts. Only giving up. I'm not concerned. Let's have a little snack, shall we? Go into the lunch bag here. I love my lunch bag. This is I've had this for years and years. Military surplus, I think Czech Army gas mask bag. And I've got my little metal sandwich tin in there. Keep sandwiches from getting crushed. So let's have a little snack. Why don't we? I'll put the camera down for a second. Ugh. Just like that. There we go. It's probably gonna be another late day in the quarry, although we'll see. Don is back. Sometimes he suggests we get back to camp to make dinner before it gets dark. Yeah. And 12 Bravo Gaming says this is really cool. Thank you. I always wanted to be a paleontologist, especially after watching Jurassic Park in the theaters. Though it's not too late, you know. You don't have to be a paleontologist to look up dinosaurs or other fossil critters. We've got lots of people in the quarry right now who are students and volunteers. Some of do this full time as a career, and some of them are doing this because it's interesting. They joined up with. You could do this too if you wanted to. Yeah. This is all melty. And that's interesting, Dr. Tara. Is it Candeleros Formation and Huincul Formation being redated? I also wonder what that means for theropod phylogeny. is why I say, Dr. Terry, you've got a bright future ahead of you if you decide to pursue this full time. Seems like you know your stuff. I'm excited for you. And 12 Bravo Gaming says, thank you for responding. You bet. You have to look it up and see about trying to get out there sometime. Hey, there's a bunch of different field crews throughout Utah, throughout the United States, throughout North America, throughout the world, who could use your help doing field work. And on top of that, there's lots of different museums that could use volunteers in the laboratory or in the collections, or even just acting as a docent out in the exhibits. That's a great way to get involved with paleontology. You don't have to have a degree. You don't have to have any kind of prior training necessarily. If you're interested in this kind of thing, just get involved, you know? See if there's a museum near where you live. And if there is, see if you can go help out, you know? The worst they can say is no. Yeah. And Claire Burr says, Danny, would you say that one of the best ways to get into paleontology is to express your interest to the right folks? Express your interest, but also just ask if you can help, you know? Say, hey, is there a way I can get involved? Some of the best people I've worked with in the field are not necessarily people who are in paleontology either. They just really enjoy the idea of fieldwork. They really enjoy doing it. And maybe they're not trying to pursue a career in this, but like they just really enjoy being out in the desert, hanging out with cool people, camping and excavating fossils and collecting data and all of that. There's people who aren't necessarily interested in paleontology on a conceptual level. They just really like doing it, you know? Like they're not necessarily in it to have a scientific career or even to publish papers or anything like that. They just really like fieldwork. And sometimes those are the best people to have on your crew, you know? Yeah. Oh, the Chicago area. Oh, very cool, 12 Bravo Gaming. Well, you've got a world-class museum right there in their backyard, then. The Field Museum is stellar. And I betcha you could find some opportunities there. Yeah. I'm excited for you. That's... Often I'll be talking with somebody and they're like, oh yeah, I live in Guam. It's like, oh, shoot. Sorry. I don't often encounter people from Guam, but like, this is just an example. Yeah, I live in a place where there's no museums near me and no sedimentary outcrop. You know, there's no hope of finding fossils. Like, oh shoot, sorry, I don't know what to tell you. I hear it's beautiful where you live, but sorry, there's no museums or fossil-bearing localities nearby. But you're in Chicago, holy cow. I know a number of really excellent paleontologists and field workers who are from the Chicago area. You also have the Burpee Museum down in Rockford, Illinois. They've got a major field program and lots of opportunities at their museum, I betcha. So yeah, Chicago, Rockford. There's other places throughout the upper Midwest as well. Yeah. And there you go, Grimwitch. Which raises an army of the undead. That's not the day the earth stood still that I remember. Grimwitch. Yeah. Anyhow. I'm so glad I brought a granola bar out today. I knew I'd be getting hungry. Let me know if you've got any other questions. Now is the time while I'm sitting down. Keep me from falling asleep here. What have you heard about the new pterosaur book Kickstarter? I've not heard any. It's the first time hearing about it, Dr. Tara. Yeah. They hit their goal now. Good for them. Who is that? Who's doing the a pterosaur book. Yeah. And Ed Arrow says, is it hard to leave these sites with work unfinished that you were close on? It is. And I suspect that might be happening over the next few days. We've got 2 more full days of digging here. We might do a little bit of digging on Thursday. In fact, we'll probably have to. But Thursday we'll try and be packing up the site, getting our gear together, and getting ready to leave on Friday morning, heading back to civilization. I suspect that some of the big jackets here, like that big one that Marcella's working on, I kind of don't know if they're going to get that flipped and collected by the time we leave. Sometimes it's more advisable to just leave it for next season rather than trying to rush it. But we'll see. We'll see. Marcello was all gung-ho about getting that out. He says, yeah, I'll stay late. You know, so we'll see. Yeah. And changing category to I'm only sleeping. Thank you, Claire. That's not a real category, right? It really, really is? You're kidding me. What? No. Whatever works, I guess. That's funny. And Emily asks, how is a winter jacket different? Great question. So when we're making a winter jacket, you want to be able to cover some of the surface too. So like you have the jacket over the top of the bone, but then oftentimes it makes sense to have like a skirt going out from the sides as well. So that if there's any water running through the quarry, which there inevitably will be when it rains, you don't want that to go underneath. So you try and guard against that. Oftentimes you'll dig a trench around that skirt too, that it can follow and it won't get under your jacket, kind of wreck things. So yeah, and then afterward we usually bury that. We haven't really had any issues. Well, actually no, there has been some vandalism here. You don't want those jackets exposed on the surface if you can help it, because especially in Utah for whatever reason, it seems like people vandalize. You know, people would be tearing through here in ATVs, you know, in the fall. That big white thing on the ground, let's wreck it. So you want to be able to rebury stuff with rubble just to help, obscure those jackets, hide them. So that's something we always try and do. But yeah, we're lucky that this is not a highly trafficked area. Like, there's not a ton of people who come through here. But there is a road that runs right by here, and we're also lucky that this bone is not the sort of thing that would be like commercially viable. If somebody wanted to come through here and steal these fossils in order to sell them, that would be a fool's errand, because it takes a tremendous amount of work to dig these things up, and these fossils are not like, they're not pretty, you know? They're very scientifically important, and I think that gives them great beauty, but it's not the sort of thing that like people would pay a lot of money for in a rock shop. Yeah. So that's a little bit of solace, I guess. Yeah. Cowardly Brave says, I heard in Scotland they cover up the area with tarps and old tires. Well, we don't have old tires here. We do have tarps, but what we'll sometimes do is try and cover up the jackets with burlap, or if we're making a winter jacket, we'll kind of rub dirt into the top of it to make it more brown colored, less conspicuous. But yeah, again, ideally we won't have any winter jackets that we'll have to make. We'll get every bone that we find, we'll get out before Thursday morning, but I don't know how realistic that is. We'll see. I guess you'll find out. Yeah. And Drunky Kong says, why don't people stay longer? Seems like the season is short. Why is that? It is short because we don't have a big budget. We've got a few $1,000s for food, for fuel, for supplies, for ice, for everything else that we need out here. And that will last us about 3 weeks. Also, Jim and Dawn, who are running this operation, and Ethan too, they have other things to do. Like, they're lucky that they can spend 3 weeks out here, that the Utah Geological Survey finds this work important and kind of grants them these 3 weeks to be out here. But yeah, that said, it's mostly a budgetary thing. We have enough money for 3 weeks if we pinch every penny, which we really try to. But yeah, it's about the best we can do. Yeah. And Emily asked, do you use GPS coordinates to keep track of winter jackets? No, we just know where they are. You know, they're in the quarry. So we know exactly where the quarry is, and we have, you know, like a big grid system with all these stakes that stay here year round. So these things the next year, you know? I could practically find this quarry blindfolded. You know, if you were in camp, I could walk here with my eyes closed. So we know where the stuff is. Yeah. In other sites, like, you know, we always know exactly where the site is because we will GPS log that. We have notes on where it is, we have photos, all that stuff. We document these things. But at this site in particular, like, this is our home for 3 weeks out of the year. We know exactly where it is. Yeah. Yeah. Crimson says, unless they want to eat the moths in their wallets, they can't be out too long. Fair. I don't really like eating moths, you know? I've eaten my fair share of moths in my day. Never intentionally, never willingly. It's always when I'm out for a run or, I don't know, in the quarry and a moth decides, oh, that's a cool place to be. Let me zip in there. It happens. Yeah. Anyhow. My share of moths. Exactly, Claire. It's nice to just sit and rest for a little bit. Man, 3 weeks out here. I think it's 3 weeks as of tomorrow. Because we came out here on Tuesday the 14th? So yeah. It'll be 3 weeks as of tomorrow. And it's a little crowded in the quarry right now anyway. Now that Dawn and Ken are back. I might see if I can squeeze in and help out Marcello and Jameson tomorrow with their stuff. Because I think I kind of took over Dawn's spot. Now that Dawn's back, he's retaken it over. And I'm fine with that. That wasn't really my favorite area to work anyway. Ed Arrow says, does it feel weird streaming instead of being over there digging? Do you ever feel a conflict with that? A bit. I mean, sometimes I try to do a stream every afternoon at the same time every day I'm in the field, 7 days a week, 2 to 5 p.m. 5:40 p.m. right now. But, I get to work in the morning. It's a little aggravating sometimes being like, okay, I got to pack this up and walk around and answer questions and stuff like that, but I also really enjoy streaming too. It's a great feeling when, like, you're having a conversation with people. Maybe you get a big raid, there's a bunch of new viewers, and they're like, this is really cool, show us around. This is a real dinosaur dig? Wow, I've dreamed of doing this since I was a little kid. When you get to share that with people, that is immensely satisfying. And I kind of wouldn't trade that for the world. At the same time, though, I want to be in the quarry finding bones, too. But I can do both at the same time. The quarry is so crowded right now that I kind of can't. So we're doing this, and it's nice. So, here we are. Yeah. More burlap in a winter jacket to keep it warmer. Sometimes we put the burlap over the surface. And we'll especially do that when we're burying it under a bunch of rubble. You want to put burlap underneath so that when you hit the burlap layer with a shovel, you're like, okay, now we can slow down. Maybe just dig by hand. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And finish this granola bar. A big robber fly. Can I show you without disturbing her? She's on the cable for the camera. Oh, there she goes. Shoot. Big cool robber fly. She just landed over there on the leg of my solar panel. Oh. Let's go. She's buzzing around. Let me see if I can show you, chat. Be very quiet. There we go. Look at her. Whoop. Yeah, big predatory fly. I think a member of Diptera. I think it's a true fly. But they will catch other flies in midair and eat them. Flies, wasps, mosquitoes. So they are our friends here. They eat the bugs that try and bite us. So thank you, robber fly, for your service. Can we get some salutes for the robber fly? Yeah, neato. Here, let me grab my magnifying glass. Maybe I can show you up close if she'll stay still. But you know, it's the little joys in life sometimes that make things fun. Like meeting a cool robber fly. Oh shoot, why is this not turning? Come on, magnifying glass. Is it melted? My magnifying glass is legitimately melted. Oh boy, shoot. Can I fix this? Yeah, some of the plastic parts are like melted in place. There we go. Okay, I got it. She's still there. Hopefully she stays there even with the wind. There we go. Look at her. She's beautiful. She found a really good spot too. Shielded from the wind, shielded from the sun. Excellent. Yeah. I wonder what species that is. Let me see if I can do a quick iNaturalist dealy here. If I can detach this. There we go. Who are you? Come on now. The camera's having real difficulty right now. There go. Come on. Yeah, nice. Okay. Let's see here. That's a nice photo. Look at that. Lovely. Let's see. Share. Crop. iNaturalist. Put in location. Bloink. What did we see? Sand hammertail. Oh, really? I saw one of these in Michigan just a few weeks ago. That might be... It's funny. On the beach next to Lake Michigan, out in the Utah desert, same species it looks like. There's a neat image there. Oop. So there is one of these robber flies impaling another kind of fly with its proboscis and just sucking the guts out of it. That's what they do. Grizzly. Anyway, I already have this species on iNaturalist, so I'm going to delete this observation. But pretty cool to see. Pretty cool. Yeah. Those insects are not messing around. Exactly, Claire. Pretty serious. Yeah. And Dan the BC Man says, would iNaturalist tell you if it's male or female? I think only if species have strong sexual dimorphism, when the males and females are different. And some species even have like 3 different. They have got multiple sexes, not just male and female. But yeah, I'm not sure about robber flies. I bet you they don't have dimorphism like that. I bet you the males and females look almost identical. But I don't know. And anyway, good stuff. Robber flies are cool. I like to see them. Anyway, let's walk around in the quarry a little bit after I drink some water. We'll get back to our dinosaur dig here. There we are. Still 104 in the shade currently. It's funny, it doesn't even feel like that anymore. Acclimated to it. There we are. Let's go poke around a bit more. See what's new. Now that Dawn and Ken are back, I don't feel so bad about not taking up space in the quarry. Lie down and dig. No room for me to lie down and dig. That's okay. How we going over here?
We are attempting to do something.
Nice.
Yeah.
Better than attempting to do nothing.
William's down here under this burlap.
Yeah, I was just talking about using burlap to cover things up.
So I'm trying to chop through this high wall.
Yep. So there's some bone low down by Fisher's knees and well under his left hand. So rather than digging into the cliff and digging a rat hole, Instead, you got to dig down from the top.
I'm probably not even giving myself enough space. It was pretty shallow bench. But
That's better than nothing.
we don't have that much time, and what we really don't want is to find a bunch of other really nice stones that we can't get.
Which might happen.
So I'm trying to both give myself enough space and also minimize space at the same time.
Yeah. And hang on, are we having a cable issue? What are people saying here? Oh, it was a little loose, I think. Hopefully that's better. Yeah. And Dinosaurs Are Cool 2.5 says, sorry if this has been asked. Don't worry about it. How often are you out in the field in a given year? This is my 7th week in the field this year. Two weeks of that month, I was out in the field with Nick and with Marcello. Well, actually, Marcello and I didn't overlap. And with Ethan, out in the Almond Formation of Wyoming. Yeah. And then next 2 weeks after that, I was in the Judith River Formation of Montana, which is really kind of the Dinosaur Park Formation. And then mid-July, I came out here. And we've got 2 more days in the quarry after this. I might spend...
O'Connor has a 3-year postdoc
position
available. If anyone's in the audience is looking for a postdoc.
You want to work on fossil birds?
Yep, it's wing-like arrangement of feathers in the Pinraptoria.
Oh, nice.
So looking at everything that's got wing-like features, probably ornithomimids up.
Are ornithomimids in Pinraptora?
Well, I think it's anything that's got a wing.
Huh.
Like you stick out and you have long feathers. Is it's a kind of a clade that, and that would include which is on wing-like arrangements. So if it's wing-like, they're not birds.
Yeah.
These birds have real wings.
Yeah.
3-year position, a 3-year postdoc that's a honey. Working with Jingmai O'Connor, what better thing could you do if you're interested?
He's got a sweet gig there at the Field Museum, yeah.
That transition is one of those. As I like to say, sexy science. People like that stuff. Get you a job.
Pretty charismatic. And CTWM. Oh yeah. Oh man, look at that. You weren't kidding. Is that a tib?
Tib or femur, depending on how. I was, chasing down because we've got this pretty nice one.
Yeah.
So let's chase it down, and then there was the most rotted, plant-eaten little bit.
Yeah.
So I was going, oh, is this? And it was just that out.
Just that exposed.
So I was like, oh, is it a rotted pebble? What's careful? And I'm like, oh, this is. And then I had to ask Jim because I was like, This looks like a bone to me, but if I say that's a bone, it's definitely not going to be. It's
that's
going to be
often how it goes,
element. So I was like, Jim, am I?
It's the holiday.
Is it real? Jim's like, oh yes, definitely.
Yeah.
So this is looking quite nice and
that's
exciting.
Excellent. Did it with lots of glue, so it's easy to see on camera. I appreciate
so
that.
So I've put these bits back together. I didn't do such a good job on these bits, but Ethan proofed it for me.
Nice.
So,
I made one. I think I was the only one in the quarry.
I've done a lot of gluing today. Gluing together like these 20.
I was making one that was
right. Yeah.
But as has been big talk today is that we want to put it back together in the field, not later on. And there's a little bit. There's something else in here too.
Oh yeah.
Maybe just a vertebra or something. I was worried
underneath the other thing.
Continuing.
That's complicated, but.
So this is gonna have to go down deep.
Yeah.
And I'm very excited to see.
I mean.
I think I'm gonna stay late today.
Yeah. Nice.
So that tomorrow I'm not. How do we do it?
Well done.
Oh,
thanks for showing us, Laura. Cool.
Of course.
Yeah, I bet you that's going to be a tib. I could see that kind of twisting halfway through, maybe.
And it's kind of coming.
Yeah, we'll see. But
bump.
Femur would be awesome as well.
A canal here.
But
well,
that would
canal,
be.
But ridge.
Yeah. Pretty cool. And I think, did we just get a raid from Ash Odenkar? Thank you for raiding in. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to excavation out here in eastern Utah with the Utah Geological Survey with Utah State Paleontologist Jim Kirkland and Assistant State Paleontologist Don DeBlue, recently arrived from Civilization.
Goblin Valley just opened a dinosaur exhibit.
Really?
Yeah.
In Green River?
Yeah.
Or nearby?
Goblin Valley in Goblin Valley at State Park.
Which is that's a good distance from Green River, isn't it?
South, yeah, it's about 40 minutes south, 35 minutes south.
Huh.
But Goblin is one of the prettiest state parks, Fun Dyke. And they found a tail up on a bench of a diplodocus, and John Foster collected it.
Nice.
And there it is on exhibit.
Oh, very cool.
In the green, Goblin Valley Visitor Center.
Yeah, super cool.
Yeah, so that's kind of nice to see. I
That's
like
awesome.
seeing dinosaur stuff spread around Utah.
Yeah. You love to see it as Utah's official dinosaur science cheerleader.
Yes, indeed.
Jim.
Always liked seeing this stuff.
Yeah. Excellent. Yeah.
It is.
Anyhow.
It's a good part of the job.
Good stuff.
What is that?
As in, they're not going to do any of the work, but they're going to cheer me on to get me.
Water's supposed to go down the esophagus, not the trachea.
I was confused.
It happens.
I'm a meteorologist, not an anatomist.
I was thirsty and out of breath at the same time.
Actually, I think he's a tarpologist, given that hat. Yeah. You know?
Holy cow.
Yeah. What is it, Jim?
We're trying to find a picture of it again.
Cow.
Yeah, oh dang it. They're showing this culvert. The culvert melted from the fire. So they stole the
Like a
ground
drainage
so
culvert?
Yeah, going under highways.
Over by
Under 153, yeah.
Oof.
There's culverts that are just melted. It's just slag.
Oh, no.
Pooled up below. Dripping off the side. I mean, you know how hot that is? It's
Incredible,
like going
yeah.
underground.
Yeah.
It's going, you can see right through. It's just like
Yeah.
the whole culvert melted.
Nuts.
Man, that must have been a hot fire.
Jeez.
Unbelievable. They're going, we can't do, open this highway. That's not dangerous. It's dangerous.
Is that Highway 70?
153.
153. Okay.
Yeah, it's a side high state route.
Yeah.
But that thing, we got a couple highways that are going to be closed for years.
Yeah. Shoot.
Mudslides, things from the fire before.
Yeah.
Stuff like this. I mean, the fires closed the highway. It's it's unsafe now.
Nuts.
The culvert's melted.
That was where the fire tornado was the other day.
Fire-nado?
Yeah.
Didn't know we had
Oh,
that.
wow.
Yeah.
A fire-nado in Utah?
Yeah.
Shoot.
Sounds like it should be a disaster film title,
Yeah.
not real.
Yeah. Sci-fi original
Sure.
series,
You get that picture
Fire-nado.
again.
He stole it.
He reached for the...
Stole your B-72 with your tweezers.
It's an advanced move there.
Wow, he's your really...
Klepto Ken over there.
Oh God, I don't need that name.
Double K.
No, he's not stealing for no reason. He's stealing for a reason. It's different.
To feed his family, all that glue. They're crumbling. They need consolidation. Give him the thick stuff. He can thin it out later if he needs
We
to.
should just dump a giant load of consolidant on the whole country.
Anyway.
That's right, we're not going to get political on the stream. Keep it clean for the stream.
There you go, thank
He
you.
heard me struggling not to say words a minute ago, and he goes, "What kind of thing was that?" And I was like, "It's
I wasn't. I appreciate your affection. Yeah. Thank you, Crystal. Yeah.
That's amazing. And we know it's 35,000 feet, but probably much, much bigger.
Yeah.
Because we have not been able to get any visual views of the fire for many hours.
Oh, jeez.
With the wind and whatnot. They're probably extremely much bigger. But
So it's near Fillmore, so is that like up in
Fillmore, they evacuated.
like up in the Pavant range there?
It's a little bit north of where 70 and 15 meet.
They've evacuated big areas of Canage, Fillmore, like everything 400 south is Fillmore. There's evacuation notices for because the fire's going over the mountain.
Oh, wow.
Coming down in Richfield.
I'm going to be driving through that area on Friday.
Yeah.
That might be, might have to take an alternate route or something.
No,
That's
it's
not
like catastrophic.
I mean, it's easy for me to do. I feel terrible for those people who are having to leave their homes or have their homes destroyed by these fires. Oh.
Danny.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're gonna go through Price, right?
No, I don't normally go through Price.
Really?
Yeah. So I go through the Swell, and then through Richfield, I think, and through
Yeah, you
Scipio.
go through Richfield. Yeah, you'll be able to see this thing.
Yeah.
There.
Ugh.
I mean, that's a pretty big deal. It's not going to hit, affect the highway.
No, not 70.
No, it won't. But it's going to be within sight of you.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Oh, okay.
So I just go out through like Delta, Utah.
Oh, okay,
and then,
okay.
Yeah.
See the Paleozoic and stuff.
Yeah. 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 Well, I stopped in that rock shop in Delta a few years ago. I think it's and smallened significantly since the last time you were there. Maybe they didn't have very much stuff.
Have you? I've found like every local rock shop that used to like have like local stuff.
They had all those trilobites that were from the area.
Everything else is now to get the same like.
They don't even have the homogeneous stuff. It was like just the trilobites, which is kind of cool. At least as I recall. But they didn't have very many of them. It was like in the corner of an old department store or something. Interesting setup. It feels very kind of dying western town, kind of that sort of vibe. I mean, but yeah, like in its death throes. Delta, Utah.
Does it have a delta in it?
I don't know. I kind of doubt. I don't think there's
Wait, if you look at the map of Utah, where's Delta, Utah?
I think it's like
The West Desert.
West
Yeah.
Desert. It's kind of near.
So-
it's near the Nevada border almost.
Could there have possibly been a Lake Bonneville Delta there?
Not impossible.
Yeah.
It was named after the shape, not the landform.
Yeah, triangle.
So there is a delta out there.
It was named after the airline, They were hoping to have a major airport put in, try and trick the company, and it didn't work. No, there's a
Probably an old mine.
I think the Greek letter is named after the airline.
Ah, okay.
It's a pretty old airline.
That's where I made it.
I think Icarus started that.
That makes way more sense.
Yeah. No, but speaking of like renaming things, do you know about oh goodness, what's the name of the town? I forget. There's a town in Montana that renamed itself Joe to try and get Joe Montana to show up and like go to an event there. So they renamed the town. He was a football player. Yeah.
Oh.
He was an American footballer of American football. But yeah, so yeah. I don't know. He was 49ers, yeah?
Sounds right.
Yeah. So he's a big deal where I'm from, San Francisco.
Did he show up?
No, he didn't. He never showed up. So they renamed the town after him.
What? Wait, are you still straight? Okay, never mind.
Thanks for checking. Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
But
what was she gonna say? That's the question.
Oh yeah. End the stream. We need to know what she was going to say.
But what was the name of the town? I gotta look this up real quick. Is it Ismay, Montana?
Which D word?
What's that?
No, I mean, I was gonna say what other word for rich.
Okay.
I mean, it's this tiny little town. Is it Ismay?
So
Let's
did they
see.
change their name back after Joe Montana?
I don't think it was like a fully official name change. But let me find this real quick. Yeah.
That was a great image.
Oh, as a publicity stunt coordinated by Kansas City radio station KYYS in 1993, the town unofficially took the name of Joe Montana after the NFL quarterback. So, there's a big sign that does say Joe Montana there, but he never showed up, I guess.
That's dumb.
It's, small town stuff, I mean, yeah.
From a reasonably small town.
Ken knows what's up, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, Dublin, Texas was originally named from like the carts and such forming a Dublin, and then later on it was I was like, oh yeah, there's Dublin, Ireland, so it's correlated to that. So,
Oh, really? That's interesting. We have a Dublin, California, too. It's, I think, east of San Jose.
There's a lot of Dublin. There's Dublin, Georgia.
Dublin, Georgia? Yeah. Yeah.
We should not double Georgia. That's a bad
Don't be Dublin, George.
In Texas.
Oh, wait, hang on. I'm looking at this Wikipedia article being like, why is nobody asking any questions? Because it's not the chat, stupid. Come on, Danny. Yeah.
They're not little anymore.
And is there a Hannah, Montana? Not yet. There probably will be someday.
There has to be one. There has to be one.
I used to make a joke, like I had a field blog that I did years and years ago, and I was trying to introduce people back home to the concept of Montana. I'm like, here's a little, Montana 101. Here's the 3 most famous people from the state of Montana. It's Joe Montana, Hannah Montana, and the Unabomber. And none of them are actually from Montana.
Wait, why are you Unabomber?
That's where he was captured, was in Montana.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, he had his little shack built up there. But, anyway, yeah.
He was a smart dude.
There's also the paleontologist that shall not be named.
I mean, my brother had to do some work in something and cite some of the
But, yeah. Is Don getting hungry for dinner? What are you having? That's a good question, actually. Emily, let's go ask him. I'll be wrapping this up pretty soon, I suppose, because, I don't know much else to say. It's been a long day.
People from cities or just large areas cannot understand how barren Montana and Wyoming and eastern Utah
They're
are.
pretty desolate.
Yeah, they just cannot compute.
I was talking about that earlier, how Garfield County, Montana, where the type section of the Hell Creek is, first place Tyrannosaurus was discovered. It's an entire county roughly the size of like Connecticut, and it's got a population of less than 1,000 people. There's one town in the entire county, and nowadays I think there's one gas station in the entire county. And when we were there, it would run out of gas sometimes. So like there's a real danger of getting stuck there.
How many miles is it to the next town?
I think next town over from Jordan is Miles City, and I think it's like 200 miles away. So yeah.
North than a gas tank.
Yep. So yeah.
So all the ranchers probably have their own little not silos, but tanks.
They do, for sure, yeah. Yeah. It was the town named after the cat? No, the Garfield County. It was named after... They hate Mondays, but they love lasagna.
President Garfield was actually named after the cat.
Yeah, there you go, yeah. Yeah.
Dang, you got a out-of-control fire there.
So yeah, crazy that we elected a cartoon cat president, but I guess...
Even though it's the family cat.
Looking at who's the president now, I guess that's not that...
But I live.
I'm gonna ask Dawn about dinner.
But not whenever I'm in Lubbock. The only company I have is my 2 pet rocks.
Yeah, well, at least you got rocks.
Yeah.
Rocks will never leave you.
And they
Rocks will come away.
Hey, Uncle Don.
Just don't bring him swimming with you.
Oh,
pet
man.
rocks? Yeah.
Because once you drop them, it's hard to get them back.
Well, hopefully that's not also the answer to my question. What's for dinner tonight? We having stone soup again?
I have no idea. What have you guys been eating?
Oh.
I mean, what were you planning?
Kind of been on rations.
Okay.
I figure Ethan has it under control.
Did you bring veggie burgers?
Yeah.
Yes! All right. No starvation tonight for me.
I really want a popsicle.
And then maybe
Yeah.
goes with sausage, beans, and funny pasta.
It was curried by proxy last night. Yeah, I want to see that alien.
They're taking out the heavy guns right now to clear away some of that overburden. Yeah. Anywho, it's about time for me to wrap up this stream. We've been going for an hour. Usually go. So let's do that. I'm tired. I'm hungry. It's still probably over 100 degrees right now. Let's check. 104. Yeah, there we go. We've got 2 more days in the quarry. I want to make sure that I can help out whoever I can here, because it's kind of crunch time, you know? And we found a bunch more bones today. Each bone that we find adds extra time to the clock. Time that we don't have. So, enough dilly-dallying, enough yapping. Time for me to get back in there and work. Don't go away just yet, everybody. Let's see who else is live on Twitch right now. Let's see if we can't raid into somebody doing some science. Oops, nope. Following. Casey Snowart is on. And Casey Snowart is on. Well, well, well. Let's go raid into Casey. Excellent. Everybody, thank you so much for your viewership, for your questions, for your enthusiasm and your curiosity. Thank you, Raiders, followers. Thanks for spending time with me here today. Thanks to the long-time viewers as well. Even those lurkers watching silently, you're still getting those viewership numbers up for this channel, and I appreciate that. That helps with our mission of science outreach and education. Thank you to the people who contribute financially, the subscribers and the gifters and the cheerers, the donors on the Ko-Fi. Thank you so much, everybody, for making these streams possible, allowing me to do this full time and make my living doing science and science outreach. I am tremendously grateful for that, as I am to the moderators as well, who come in here every day and make sure that this remains a safe and welcoming community for everybody. I appreciate you more than you know, mods, and I couldn't do this without you, especially out here in the field. Let's go right into Casey Snowart. Art teacher, streamer. She's doing some art and also kicking off Save the Vaquita Week about the world's cutest. Fewer than 20 of these critters so we can save them. So we'll go right into Casey. I'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye.